I'm done. I'm done. I want to quit. I want to
stop being so pathetically ridiculous when people are trying in good faith to make an effort and be respectful.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Shut up.
Insecure, bitch ass, loser ass fuck.
Go ahead, proceed. 5, 4, 3,
10,
2,
9.
8, 7.
It's happening.
Launch.
Today, we are reacting to a content nuke by none other than YouTube legacy legend, whatever you want to call it. He's been around for a long time on YouTube. H3H3 Productions, Ethan Klein. And the content nuke is on one of my favorite streamers, Hasan Piker, also known as Hasanabi. This has been a long time coming. We've been getting teases about this forever for this content nuke. I'm in California. We just had a lot of wildfires. It was a very scary time for a lot of people around me, and concerning for myself. And during all of that, we got some messages from Ethan Klein, who also lives in the area where the fire is happening, letting us know not about his family's safety, but that a content nuke was coming. And you know, when you're teasing a YouTube video more than your family's life, you know, this must be some kind of special video. So some context behind Hasan Piker and Ethan Klein is they met, I believe, in 2021. They didn't know each other. They're not long-term friends or anything. They met as content creators, had a discussion on stream for a while, had some conversations about politics, and it eventually led to them starting a podcast together called Leftovers. It's called the Leftovers Podcast. But with that being said, I'm going into the content nuke completely unbiased because, as you know, this entire channel is about covering the creator economy. Still gonna go in completely unbiased and look at this with a perspective of, okay, how does this, you know, affect Twitch as a whole? How does this affect streamers as a whole? Is this some bombshell that we should be worried about? What? Because it's a 2-hour-long video that's a content nuke. You would think that a 2-hour-long video, there's definitely going to be something in there, especially since H3 knows Hasan personally. This isn't some random trying to do a Hasan takedown. This is somebody who has been in Hasan's house, who Hasan has been in his house. You know, there's got to be some kind of personal dirt to have on him, right? It's not going to be just a politics takedown because Ethan doesn't really know politics. So with that being said, I'm interested to see, you know, what specific secret news Ethan has on Hasan here, if it is a big deal actually. All right, let's get into this.
Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu takes on his multi-armed form.
Now, I will say, some people may mock this type of stuff and think it's dumb. I think this is possibly some of the best things you can do on YouTube is when you do these super cool cinematic intros and these build-ups and everything, especially for a 2-hour video. Like, I think this is the best thing you can do on YouTube, regardless of how bad this video ends up being or how it doesn't actually do anything or has any big impact. I think doing this type of stuff is at least what I like to see on YouTube. So that's 1 point for Ethan.
Who says, now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
We think the Houthi Ansarallah is doing what
fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dogs. Why am I held accountable? God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100.
Yeah, by the way, this is the first time Ethan has posted on this channel in 4 years. I thought this channel was like, you know, done, kaput. I thought he was just gonna never, like, this is the OG channel, by the way. This is the channel that started it all before like H3 podcast became everything. So I was like, I didn't know where this video was gonna get uploaded, by the way. You know, I thought this video, you know, who knows where it could end up getting uploaded. So it's good to see it on the H3 channel. Oop.
Pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too.
Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should buy.
Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for.
Mom and Dad and apple pie.
Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more...
Why is Ethan, as someone who prides himself as being on the left, as someone who is like leftist, sort of, what does he describe himself as? Like democratic social? Like what? As someone who describes himself as a liberal left-leaning guy, why is he just like praising America? Just after, like, you know, we just got 2 weeks of Trump in office and all the terrible tragedies that has happened, and Ethan's like, you know what? I should be like extra patriotic right now. That makes a lot of sense.
And of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
There is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just gonna say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets.
See, and it's also stuff like this. Like, from what I've gathered so far, Ethan is going to come at this from a standpoint of, you know, ooh, Hasan, the big bad anti-Semitic. When, brother, Hasan has never made a joke about a second Holocaust, dog. Like, what? What?
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem.
Also, wait, hold on. Peek the Marvel Rivals in the back. Why is he showing him playing Marvel Rivals? I love Marvel Rivals, by the way. I wish I could play it on stream, but it doesn't fit my niche, you know?
This happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term.
And I don't think Hasan like differs on that opinion. Like Hasan himself is successful. So I don't know why this is the moment where he realizes Hasan's a bad dude.
Monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you want?
What is the idea that
you guys
people are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it.
And then this happened. This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist,
yeah,
what would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to
hold on, wait, let me go back. I just realized this is. I thought this was a full set this entire time, dog. Yeah. This is a green screen. Look, there's little green screen particles right here. I thought this whole time that this was a full set they made. That's crazy. I'm that dumb.
If that party started gaining momentum.
It looks good.
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education.
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever. But
see, here's the thing. Keep in mind, America does the exact same things as what Hasan is, justifying right now. And like Ethan would definitely not, he would be totally fine with that. He'd be like, oh, awesome, great. This America's doing liberation. But when it's a socialist country doing liberation,
that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibet.
Also, by the way, I'm not going to try to get too much into politics on this because I don't think I'm educated enough to do the politics on this. I'm going to stick to the social media side of it and the perspective of the creator economy. So if there's just parts where I'm just like, I'm silent, it is because I don't have the education. I'm not a politics streamer. I am not, I have my personal views and I have my passions, but I'm not going to come into this and be like, oh no, you don't understand. Here's the historical context for the reasoning behind all of this.
Existence before the Communist Party came in and
so China unilaterally took over Tibet,
like these are
their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed. Okay,
Tibet is the South in the Civil War.
Yes,
and most
like I don't see any problem with that. Like that seems like a net good. Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I don't have the full context, but just because it's China doing it, it doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad. There can be net goods in situations. And I think that's something Ethan may not get. I don't know. We'll
disturbingly
see.
A complete
We're only 6 minutes
of
in.
the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay. I saw this crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with
that one is like Shen Yun.
They're like,
Falun
we could
Gong.
get you an organ from a Uyghur.
See, this is the thing. I'm looking at this right now. The comparison I'm seeing is, okay, the discussion in this content is about politics. Who do you think knows politics more in this situation? Is it the guy that does politics for a living, that worked for a political news network that does like 8 hours of politics a day, or the dude on the right that just likes to make funny jokes? It's just like, that's what I think I'm going to take into this entire reaction, is that one guy is like not in his lane. And what I think I'm getting ready to see is someone trying to do a political takedown without knowing the politics behind it, Like, is Ethan really gonna like try to challenge all of Hassan's political statements when Ethan himself doesn't know about politics? This is the same guy that, got Roe v. Wade confused with gay marriage. Like,
I've even heard they want to repeal Roe versus Wade. Is that the gay one?
No, that's
Roe versus Wade.
That's what I'm gonna take into this. It's a guy that like clearly doesn't know anything about politics, may have good intentions, we've seen it in the past that Ethan has had good intentions. But if you're trying to do a political takedown on somebody that knows politics, I'm sure you can do it against somebody dumb like Ben Shapiro, where everybody can kind of disagree with that. But you can't do it against somebody who is on like your side of the aisle, basically. Anyone left of the center. I don't think you can do that. I think you should attack him from a personal standpoint.
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like, all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite. Hasan has happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this and has regurgitated it to...
Bro, it's Entus Cantor Freedom. He made it into the content nuke. Real NBA heads know this 79 overall, dude.
His mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America Bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East,
also, wait, hold on. So he was bringing up those AP articles, right? This is something I have seen already. Let me see if I can find it. So Ethan is trying to claim that, the article doesn't exist that Hasan is referencing. And I feel like I already saw someone fact check him about this and find the AP article. Oh, I found it. Bet. Hold on. Here we go. Terror and tourism. This is the article. This is the exact article that Hasan was citing, that Ethan in this video says doesn't exist. But granted, he saw this at some point because he showed off a million different articles just now in that video, like a whole span of like a good minute and a half of citing different articles about bad things and everything. The exact article that Hasan referenced was found by people, and it does exist. Yet Ethan literally he just straight up lied. He either just straight up lied or he's just a very bad journalist. Like, dog, how do you put 4 months into a video, make it 2 hours long, and you don't get simple source? Like, if someone has cited a source, you better find that stuff or go ask them a link to that source at least if you're so bad that you can't find it. This is literally the article. But Ethan said it didn't exist. Like, production value, Ethan, way up. Actual journalism, Let's get back to where we were at. I don't want to rewatch the part.
That you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral, or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy
I'm getting really uncomfortable with this guy who is he's saying the exact same things he has said for many, many years. I think, if anything, so far, we're 10 minutes into a long video. If anything you can take from this video, it is that Ethan, I don't feel like, either does his research into anything, as seen with the AP article, as seen with his inability to understand Hasan's positions before starting a whole podcast with him, which is something I kind of doubt. And there's a second option that I believe may be more true, and that is Ethan is purposely stretching things and purposely ignoring things, or trying to just frame a situation in a certain context to get his point across, or to get clout from it, or I think he's just really drama obsessed, as we've seen in the past from a lot of his videos, and I think that's where it might be coming from. Austin the Clown said, in the same AP article you showed, but in their place, permanent detention facilities have been built in an apparent move from makeshift camps to a long-lasting system of mass incarceration. Okay, but does that... I think that was literally like admitted on the podcast. Like, I think they literally... Hasan did admit to that and talked about that. But the article I just showed was the one Hasan sourced for his information, and Ethan said it didn't exist. So it's like, yeah, the article can say things that support both sides, but just saying it doesn't exist altogether is a much bigger thing. And like I said, once again, like, I don't know I'm not deeply educated on certain things, especially with things that are like stuff with China that is extremely American framed. So I really just want to take it from a content perspective, and from a content perspective, it is really bad to just completely lie about something not existing when it can be easily proven by the people that are watching, and even worse, by the people who don't do the research and don't try to misprove things, who are just there to learn. Like, there are a lot of people that probably watch this video who don't know anything about Hasan. And then they go and they see like, oh, Hasan made up an article, or he's not actually smart, when the article exists. But now all those people who don't even know about Hasan are just going to believe, oh, well, this Hasan guy's not as smart as Ethan. It's just like, you can kind of frame things however you want online. And I think that's the bigger point, is that it's just like, it's playing into this idea. It's something I hate about the internet. I hate about social media, that we're seeing more and more as a trend of, you can kind of just say whatever you want and gather a large audience that agrees with you, even if you are completely wrong. And you get a lot of loyal fans from it. And I think that's something that didn't necessarily exist as much in the early days of YouTube and streaming and everything. That is just like simply not true now in the 2020s. It is one of the most problematic things on social media. And then you have people in the middle who don't have a side, and they're just like, oh, I'll just go check out this guy and see what it's about. And then they immediately get pulled into a side that could be just completely wrong because of straight up lies that are presented as truths and nobody fact checking that stuff. You know, it's just a bunch of big people creating echo chambers and bubbles. And I don't think that's the way, especially like something that's supposed to be presented as journalism, should operate.
Actually is. And then this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan was seemingly okay with this.
Can you, like, do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you
I
have
just
to
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's 32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm
This was another thing I saw already. Where Hasan says, I can't control the audience and everything. It is purposely cut to where Hasan says, I can't control the audience when you're presenting a racist view or saying something like that. Honestly, I wish I had all this pulled up. I clearly didn't prepare that much. I wanted to go into this as blind as possible for a reaction. But that was something I saw on Twitter where it is purposely cut to make Ethan seem like this little victim of, oh, I'm being attacked. And that's Ethan's goal in, I think, this entire video, is to be like, I am being attacked because I'm Jewish or something, or it's just a bunch of anti-Semites coming after me. And anti-Semitism, don't get me wrong, is a real problem, especially now that it is on the rise. It's not something that's deniable. It is something that is completely on the rise and something that is becoming more and more acceptable in America. And to cower behind that for people who do actually stand up against anti-Semitism for your own personal gain, it's just, I don't know, it's off-putting. It's
shocked that you don't care that people in your chat
something
are saying,
I not
who the
expected.
fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, kind as fuck.
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like,
Hasan's chat had been calling me a Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is unreasonable that...
But that's your viewpoint. What? That's literally your viewpoint. You can't say, oh, they're calling me a Zionist. Like, if your viewpoint is Zionism, what are they saying wrong? You know? Like he's trying to make it like come off as racist, but they're just saying what he is.
Friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's not something he would ever ask for.
And all these other content
Also,
creators...
by the way, I didn't see anything wrong in that chat he was just scrolling through. Like, am I crazy? Like, he just scrolled through a bunch of chats. I didn't see anything. Maybe I missed it, but none of that looked anti-Semitic to me. You know, what? Calling Israelis settlers is anti-Semitic? That's little details in these videos. Little details.
Actually, you know, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat. And I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do. Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. The problem with Hasan's coverage, and a lot of people...
Will said, what is Zionism? That is a good point. Because a lot of communities on the internet will use the term Zionism as a slur, as something to just represent Jews as a whole, even when there are plenty of Jews, plenty of Israelis even, that are anti-Zionist. So I think it's really important to, especially just for everyone in the chat, it is very important to separate those. I know the Israeli government and a lot of extreme pro-Zionist try their hardest to be like, oh, Zionism equals Jew, but that is simply not true. If that was the case, they would be the same word, right? So it's like, I think so many people try to put those two together when a Jew can be a anti-Zionist. And I know a lot of them. And I see a lot of them online. So it's like, yes, there are scenarios where the term Zionism can try to be used as a slur, as a way to get around saying, you know, all Jews or whatever. You can just say all Zionist, and you can try to shield behind it. A lot of people like Myron from Fresh and Fit or Sneeko, those are the guys that do that. And you know what? That they got banned for that. You know, Twitch put in a policy that said if you misuse the word Zionism to try to use it as like a substitution for Jew, then you're going to get banned. And they did. Yeah, Hasan did not get banned because Hasan still says Zionist to this day on probably every stream, and he does not use it improperly. But what is a Zionist? Okay. A Zionist, I'm going to try to give the best definition I can here, but it is someone that believes that Israel has a claim to all of that land in the Middle East. That is not just where Israel currently is, but also where Palestine previously was, where Palestine currently is, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank. That does not just include that area as well, though. It also includes places like Iran, as well as, you know, recently Lebanon. A Zionist takes claim on all that land. It is like a ultra imperialist idea. And the first Zionists were not Jews, by the way. The first Zionists were Christians. Okay, what is it? I'm answering the question right now. Maybe the stream's delayed, but I'm answering the question right now. So, the first Zionists were Christians, actually, and I'm Christian myself. The first ever Zionists were people that believed we've got to make the end times happen, because in the Bible, it says Israel will be a country again at the end times. So and the war, Armageddon, is going to happen in that area. So a lot of Christian Zionists came together after World War II, after the Holocaust happened, and said, hey, we have to create a Jewish ethno-state, and we're going to invade Palestine. Keep in mind, this was not just like Palestine didn't say, oh, here's this land, we're sorry for the Holocaust. No, they got invaded. They got their land taken. You know, the same way that Americans came over and wiped out the Native Americans is a very, very similar thing. Came over and took that land, and the Zionist movement since then has been, we have to take more and more land. We have to basically genocide the entire Muslim population in the entire Middle East. That is the final goal, is for Israel to own all of that. Now, that is the massive separation. No, they don't. What the heck? Yes. That's the definition, dog. That is what the Zionist movement is. I don't know what do you think the Zionist movement is? Belief that Jews exist? I believe that Jews exist, but I'm an anti-Zionist. Ethan doesn't think that, though. He does. Ethan loves Israel. Ethan has visited Israel many times. Ethan is married to a soldier whose job... So, Ethan Klein specifically had a normal job. I don't remember exactly what she did. She had a normal job in Israel. She was born in Israel. She got tired of that job. She said, you know what will be fun? Raiding Palestinian houses and taking their land. That is literally what Ela has done in her lifetime. And Ethan is married to that. You don't think that Ethan doesn't believe that Israel has claim to all that land? I know he's donated to Palestine stuff. but I think in his true heart, he's somewhat he's somewhat against, you know, Gaza being taken away, but he fully believes in Israelis' right to defend themselves and the Israeli IDF government. And what that means is that Ethan fully supports their military's actions, which at the end of the day, the IDF's job is to go take that land. This is crazy, bro. Well, give me your definition of a Zionist. I asked you. Where should the Israelis go if they don't belong in Israel? I live in California, dog. Do you know how many Jewish people are here? Do you know how many Jewish people are in New York? In Europe? A ethno-state in itself is racist, no matter what race it is. Saying that there needs to be a country that is Jews only for them to be safe is crazy. When I 100% bet you that if someone said we need a black only country right now, you would be entirely against it. You'd be like, no, that's racist. Okay, then respond to me, Aragon. Respond to me. Tell me what your definition is. You're saying I'm so full of it. Please give me your definition. Where did this fantasy come from? Hila wanted to do that? Yes, dog. She's talked about quitting her job and joining the IDF. They all have citizenship to be here in LA and New York. I'm sure most of them have citizenship. Yeah, I think it's pretty like this citizen. I took a honor citizenship class in college. Getting citizenship is not equal for every type of person. I'm sure, like I've researched it before. Europeans, I'm sure Israelis have a very easy time of getting citizenship in America's. Baby's first politics. Okay, dog, respond to me then. Respond to me. You're not giving me, I'm giving you complex definitions and you won't give me a definition of what a Zionist is. Please tell me right now. I'm begging you. Aragon, Will, whoever that little pixel guy is, please give me any definition of what a Zionist is. Because I gave you a very deep, defined definition of the Zionist movement and the history of the Zionist movement and how it was originally started by Christians. As a Christian, you're going to explain the Bible context of it, and you cannot give me a single definition. Like, seriously. Got real quiet real quick, didn't it? I thought so.
People like him was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims.
But listen to what this guy has to say.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great...
The IDF service is mandatory. Yes, it is. Hila had a office job in the IDF. They're even in our American military, there are office jobs for the military. Not everyone is, you know, boots on the ground soldier. About a majority of people are not, actually. And that was what Hila was. Hila worked in an office for the IDF. She switched to being a soldier.
Time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even... Yeah, okay.
Zionism, Jewish nationalist movement, which the goal is to create and support a Jewish national state in Palestine. Okay. Do you not see how that's bad? A nationalist. Dog, do you know what a nationalist movement is? And a specific race-bait Jewish nationalist movement is? Like, Will, do you hear yourself? Let's replace Jewish with white. Do you think a white nationalist movement is good in America? Like, are you outing yourself as a Nazi right now? Because that's what it is. A Jewish national movement, a white national movement, any, a German national movement, they're all Nazis. That's like you literally called yourself out in your own chat.
I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets.
Also, this is really weird to include like a little joke about SA when your stance is I am anti-SA. And also, by the way, while that is a topic, Ethan has literally laughed at victims of SA before. I remember a couple years back, Cutie Cinderella had a incident online where deep fake stuff was coming out about her, and she cried on camera, and Ethan laughed at her. Ethan laughed at a victim of that. So I don't think this is a weird point to take as well, because you just don't have a track record of that unless you're going to address that. Unless you're going to, in this video, say, yes, I did. Because he has done that in some of this part. In some of this, he's like, hey, I've made edgy jokes in the past. I've joked about the Holocaust too and stuff. But you can't, come in here and say like, hey, guess what? So I'm going to take this stance against something that I have directly made fun of in the past. It's like, dog, what? Like the creation of the United States. Yes, dog. I literally said that at the start of my definition of Zionism. I said it is literally like the wiping out of the Native Americans in America. Like, what's your point? That's what I said. That is a bad thing. Do you not think that's a bad thing? Do you think killing Native Americans is good? Ludwig would sooner forgive Atrioc making the cutie deep fake, but OMG, Ethan is the devil. Yes, dog. Atrioc was very apologetic about that. Bro, Atrioc got on a stream and cried and donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to help get it taken down and support the legal fees. And I can understand if, even after all of that, Atrioc doesn't need to be forgiven. Like, that's completely reasonable. But, he went through the process of trying to make a wrong right. Ethan laughed at it and threw it on video and then never said anything about it again. Like, dog, all you have said so far is that I'm full of shit and that this is baby's first politics. I asked you to give a definition. You didn't. I asked you to respond to anything I said. You didn't. All you're doing is saying I'm dumb without following up on any of that. Like, come on. You can't just criticize with any basis behind it.
Is not perfect.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened.
And this is something I think Ethan actually understands. Like, he's donated to Palestine, and he's admitting it right now. He's admitting like, the things happening to Palestine are far worse. But I think he's still deeply rooted in an idea that it is somewhat justified and that people should respect the Israeli side of it all more without looking at a broader historical context of it.
At the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not as great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the issues between me, Hasan, and his community was that I am in favor of a two-state solution while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained.
Borders.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in
85%.
response... Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is,
and that also sounds crazy, democratically take him out of power, but a lot of people don't know this, but like a lot of people in Israel specifically don't like Netanyahu. Like especially before October 7th, Netanyahu was not popular in Israel. He is actually more popular with Americans than he is his own citizens. And there was a high chance that he was going to get voted out. So Hasan saying that, it might sound crazy at first, like democratically remove him. How are they going to do that? But like it's a real thing. It's actually reasonable.
that Israel's been at war with its neighbors for 70 plus years, and it makes a lot of sense that there be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't...
Who made them that? Like, he's making this argument right now, like, oh, they're a minority, you know, please protect them. And once again, I'm not trying to get into the politics of it. I've been trying to cover the creator economy side of it, the social media aspect, you know, and from that so far, I'd say that, you know, Ethan's gotten great production value on this video, but very poor journalism value on this video. And it's hard to, like, you know, especially with something that's very, very political, it's hard to attack the journalism side without getting into the politics. You know, if I would, like, at some point I want to attack Keemstar on his journalism and politics and everything, because I think he does a terrible job. And I think it's a lot easier to stay out of the politics of that when he covers stuff, because he'll cover stuff that has nothing to do with politics, but he's still just a bad journalist. It's a lot harder to do when you have to, like, fact check on top of that from a political perspective.
Not literally zero Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 140,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him. We love him. He's the one Afghan Jew.
Is there a documentary on him? That'd be pretty sick to see him as the only guy. I'd love to look into that. But yeah, what he said there, I mean, yeah, that happened. It's Israel's fault that happened. You know, if you left the area untouched, you know, who knows what it would look like now.
Were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out.
Like I just said, like I just explained, there was a war where Jewish religious people specifically invaded and attacked Muslim religious people. And then the other countries decided to kick the Jewish people out after that invasion and massacre. And Ethan just said, that had nothing to do with Israel. What? Brother, you just explained everything and got to the exact point and then somehow went around it. All right, what'd you say, Will? Should the citizens of Israel that were refugees from the rest of the Middle East be held morally responsible? No, I don't think any citizen of Israel should be held responsible. Like, once again, I've tried to explain this over and over again. I'm not just strictly like anti-Israeli and anti-Jewish. You know, I have specifically said, you know, it is the government of Israel and the Zionist leaders that do this stuff. So no, I don't think, and not even just the refugee citizens. I think any Israeli citizen should not necessarily be held responsible for two reasons. One, because they're not Zionist. There are a lot of Israeli citizens that are not Zionist, and I agree with them. They may even be more anti-Zionist than me. You know, Israeli citizens, I agree with. And should they be held responsible for the war crimes, by the way? No, they shouldn't. And even Zionist Israeli citizens should not be held responsible. Even though they support it and they love it, they're kind of just caught up in a movement. You know, the same way in America, I don't think necessarily a lot of Trump voters should be held responsible for whatever he does, specifically in regards to, you know, deportations or whatever war he ends up starting. I don't think a lot of Trump voters should be held responsible the same way, because Zionist Israelis shouldn't be held responsible on the basis that, you know, they're just kind of caught up in a nationalist movement, you know, fed on a lot of emotions or terrorism, or in the United States case, economic issues. A lot of people voted for Trump fully because of the economy. That doesn't mean that they wanted every Mexican deported. I think Hasan and Frogan would disagree with you on that. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm willing to disagree with Hasan. You know, Hasan also rails against religion a lot of times, and I'm Christian, you know? So it's like, yeah, I don't have a problem. I actually end up disagreeing a lot with Frogan on her reactions to some of the stuff she says. I don't think I'm, like, just because I'm backing these people doesn't necessarily mean I support everything they say. I'm just saying, in the context of this video, you know, there is a lot of, like, misrepresentation, or a lot of straight up lies, or a lot of contextualizing and framing stuff in a way that is not the truth. That's what I'm trying to get at this point. And I say the same. Like, that doesn't infinitely mean, oh, I'm going to say yes to anything Hasan says. You know, I 100% believe that from everything I've watched of Hasan, there's definitely stuff I disagree with. You know? So and also to follow up on that point, I don't even think he disagrees on that. I've specifically saw Hasan literally has Israelis in, like, he's live right now. We could pull him up. Let's do that. You know, actually, let's do that. Hasan is live right now. So we're saying Hasan disagrees with every Israeli citizen. So he is not live. Never mind. I lied. He's in Japan right now. He must be EP or something. But when Hasan is live, there are people from Israel who watch his streams, who are in his chat. To claim that every Israeli citizen is a Zionist shows that you're feeding into the government propaganda and the propaganda of Zionist leaders. Because every Israeli citizen is not a Zionist, and they should not be held responsible for the war crimes either. And I think Hasan would agree with that. I don't know about Frogan. You know, Frogan makes some radical statements sometimes. I don't agree with Frogan as much as I agree with Hasan. But yeah, I mean, I have no other comment. I was trying to think of more.
Million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state, and considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit?
And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal.
They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war.
And I will say on this is good for Ethan. I think this showed signs of that Ethan was, doing the right thing. I don't know. Because like they had this stream together. This clip specifically is from the stream Hasan and Ethan did together, sort of like being like, oh yeah, this is terrible. What is happening? This genocide. But in the back of Ethan's mind this entire time, he's kind of thinking like, this is a little justified. I'm still going to back the Israeli government on this, even though I will also talk bad about Netanyahu. It's just like, it doesn't make sense for me. And it's why I said earlier that I don't think Ethan is directly like tied to a specific political movement. It is much more so about starting drama and getting attention, and being like super. I think for him, it's just all a personal thing. I think like cause like I've been attacked like crazy just in this chat specifically. And I don't feel like I need to change my political beliefs because of that in any way. And I don't think that's a personal attack against me either. I think specifically, I feel like, people are just like on a different side of a political movement, and, they're not specifically attacking me. They're attacking the disagreements with the movement. Except for that Aragon guy. He was just, he had no basis. He was just like, oh, he's full of shit. But I think Ethan, as someone who is very narcissist, taking a political side and people, getting mad at him, feels much more like it's a personal attack than a disagreement of political beliefs. So that's where I think he's coming from in this entire thing, and why he did this content nuke in the first place is 100% only because for him it's all personal. For him it's all about his brand. So it's not like, oh, I'm here to defend my brave country of Israel, or oh, I'm here to find the nuance in the situation and try to defend all victims or something. It's I am the victim. This whole conversation should be about me, and I need to get a prize for when I call out bad things. And anyone that makes me look bad in anyone's community that makes me look bad, I need to attack them and rail against them. Ethan's specific position is that he's opposed to anti-Semitism, so that's his political angle on this, not to start drama. I think that is true to a small extent. So I think specifically, I will say there is definitely probably some real anti-Semitism coming his way. And I think any of that coming his way, or the rise of anti-Semitism, he's immediately associating that with being pro-Palestinian, which is a weird angle to jump to conclusions, especially since you're donating to Palestinian causes and saying it's unjustified. So it's just like, I mean, Hasan's against anti-Semitism as well. And like in this entire video, Ethan is trying to call Hasan a huge anti-Semite, when you will literally get banned for saying anything that is really anti-Semitic, not anti-Zionist. If you say anything anti-Semitic in Hasan's chat, you would instantly get banned. So it's just like, I think as him being a Jewish man, any anti-Semitism coming his way, he's got to feel like it's something more. And, doing a podcast with Hasan, and you can't control every single individual of the community, but from what I've seen earlier, what he was showing earlier with the chat messages he was upset about, they were only calling him a Zionist. That's all they were doing. They weren't attacking him in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure he's probably got some of that thrown his way, but they were attacking him for being a Zionist. He even said it in his video. These guys were calling me a racist Zionist pro-imperialist and all that. And for some reason, he feels like personally attacked by that. And instead of saying, no, I'm taking a strong stance against Zionism, I'm taking a strong stance against imperialism, he instead goes, oh, well, it's actually everyone's being anti-Semitic. I don't think he associates the anti-Semitism with pro-Palestinian people. Yes and no. I think he associates the anti-Zionism criticisms as anti-Semitic criticisms. So I think by association, he's just jumping through hoops to conclusions. He's like, oh, these people are calling me anti-Zionist. They must be anti-Semitic. Pro-Palestinians are anti-Semitic. So I think you're right, but also it's sort of just like a misassociation, I hate when these take forever to
Called
load.
the West Bank settlements an abomination.
Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal.
I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion. My only crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one. And
Okay, hold on. Well, here's some Frogan ones. My grandpa literally saw the ship arrive in the Palestinian in the 40s. Aren't they all settlers? These are valid criticisms. I actually, hold on. I'm going to specifically look at some of the chat logs he is saying are him wanting a two-state solution is the only criticism.
Two-state solution instead of
Wait,
targets, in my opinion.
Sorry,
My
I'm
only
slow.
crime
There's too many
is
things going on. Does Ethan realize that having a pedantic argument about language in the context of the horrors that his nations are perpetrating looks like he's just running cover for genocide? Valid criticism. I don't know why that is included in here. Those Frogan ones are kind of small. We're not going to read the Frogan ones. Frogan, I've already said I don't agree with her on everything. F off is a criticism he included in this video.
Wanting a
don't spout Zionist discourse then. Yeah, that, like I said, these are so Ethan is specifically saying, you'll hear it in the background of this audio, that people are criticizing him for wanting a two-state solution. And I have my own opinions on the two-state solution. I think at this point, it's really hard to justify its possibility. Like it would be great to have a two-state solution. That would be awesome. But I think it's kind of a little bit of a fantasy world at this point, based on the trajectory of what Zionism is doing. But Ethan's claiming, hold on, let me pull up some more of these. Let's see. You're just showing you're a Zionist, Ethan. Like, none of these people are actually specifically criticizing him as a two-state solution. That's quite anti-Zionist of Ethan. Which part? Yeah, I think Ethan has shown glimpses of being anti-Zionist. But he's also that's why I said it's a bit confusing, because he'll show glimpses of being anti-Zionist and then turn around and take a very pro-Zionist movement on something. And I don't think his wanting a two-state solution is the only thing he has said that has gotten him called out. Ethan is also calling out genuine examples of people just using the word Zionist because they want to say Jews but don't want to be called anti-Semitic. And I think that's true. That's happened, and we've seen that with people like Sneeko, with people like Myron from Fresh and Fit. They have definitely done that. But from the chat, from what I am seeing, they are specifically calling out him making Zionist statements. So let's see. I was going to try to keep reading these. These are all from Frogan right now, so I mean, not the best person. The Arabs are so scary. He is actually racist. He is Islamic phobic. Hey, Ethan is right. We're dealing with Arabs here. Like, I've definitely heard Ethan talk about that. I've definitely heard Ethan say like the specific like Arab culture or dealing with Muslims or something. So like these are valid criticisms. I wish Ethan would play his own clips of what people are commenting on right here. It looks like this is about a month after October 7th, by the way.
Instead of one, and thinking it's not okay.
Let's read some of these other ones. Okay, and we don't give a F if they interpret it like that because they're F brain dead genocidal freaks. It's like understanding a effing Nazi's perspective that an emancipation for minorities is a threat to their existence. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Kill Israeli civilians. That's
Hasan didn't live in occupied territory. See, this is where Frogan's examples are like a bit more extreme. Like Ethan lived in Israel. I don't fault Ethan for living in Israel. You know, he lived in Israel for 5 years. Whoa. You know, yeah, I don't think that. So we were talking about earlier where I might disagree with Frogan on. I think this is something that we can disagree with because Frogan's Muslim, and Frogan's very, very passionate about these things. So I think she's going to say things where she's going to be very absolute. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. But I think you're going to see those types of things where, you know, oh, anyone that's ever lived in Israel is evil and has personally committed genocide. Well, which I don't believe. And I don't think that. Israelis are so afraid of genocide, they're genociding Palestinians to expand their borders. Never again, unless it's those, I won't say that on stream. I would respect Ethan much more if he just said he hated and went along with it. I mean, Frogan's a bit extreme, and I think most of these examples are used from Frogan for a specific reason, because I feel like, yes, she does get favoritism. She does, you know, get protected from when she goes off the rails a little bit that a normal chatter would not get. I wish I could see these back here. He's kind of just like got the, or wait, does it fade into them? We might read some more. I am hyper analyzing this video. How long are we into this? Where's my timestamp? I can't even find it. We are, it looks like an hour and 10 minutes or maybe longer into this stream already. I don't think we should be hyper analyzing details. But I guess we're going to. Let's see. But we got some more chats I need to read because there are forms of Zionism that simply desire the existence and protection of Israel and its current borders, not any colonial expansion, like the view of Israeli Labor Party. Yeah, I'll agree with that. I think, like I said earlier, where the most extreme Zionists try to umbrella term Zionism equals Jew, there's the same issue with like Zionism as a umbrella term for all these different specific desires. But at its most extreme and as what the government is literally acting out is expanding its territory. So there's a lot of effort put into it. Analyze it as much as you can. I'm going to try to. You know, I'm supposed to work today and, you know, I am not full-time. I don't do this full-time. I literally, I'm not even joking. I blocked out like 9 a.m. to as latest 1 p.m. to do this stream. I started late. I didn't start till like 11 something. And now we're already at 1 p.m. And I feel the need, you know, we're only 17 minutes in. I feel the need to keep going. You know, I can't, I have work outside of this and I have to financially support myself, but I also feel led to try to make the best content possible and put this out there. So if that means like maybe losing $100 today or something, it's like, it's whatever. I guess I can sacrifice that to try to hyperanalyze, but also at the rate we're going, we're not going to be done till 9 p.m. This is going to be like an 8-hour stream if we hyperanalyze every detail. I have to take a pee break. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna let this video play. It's still gonna be in my headphones as I hear. I'm sorry for leaving you, but my bladder is full.
That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hasan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the street.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're... wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's
She's born
sad.
there.
That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist,
Bro,
man.
look in the fucking...
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro. I'm tired of all these coward Americans in the South trying to act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro. You don't run your own country. A foreign country named Israel runs your country. Oh my God, bro, I love you. Hasan, can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I just got back. My mic's not muted. No, it's not. I will address this because this is something I've seen a clip of. Okay, yeah, no, I have seen this part. I've seen this clip already. Sorry for, I'm a little loopy on it. I'm dehydrated. I need a drink right now. But I will say I've seen a clip on this guy specifically, and I'm gonna try to go back to the exact point. Where is it at? Here it is.
Oh my God, bro, I love you. Hasan, can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro.
Okay, so I've seen a specific clip on this already. So this guy specifically, people were like, oh, he's a Sneeko fan. And then no, it actually gets exposed that he's a Hasan fan. But he's not a Hasan fan. There's a specific clip of earlier from UCLA. I've actually been in this exact spot. So it's like, this is like in front of like the library area. There's a clip from earlier in the day of this specific Hasan stream where this guy comes up, has no idea who Hasan is. It's just like, oh, I'm a creator too. What are you guys doing content on? And so I think he is a Sneeko fan because he did not know who Hasan was earlier. So, and Hasan has spoke about this on stream. This is where I saw the clip from, where Hasan said, you know, I did not like this guy. I was getting bad vibes from this guy. I was trying to get away from him. And even here, you know, he kind of like, he says, oh, I look gay. And then Hasan's just like, sort of like disgusted with him. Cause like this guy is the bad faith guy. The entire chat that was, you know, saying like, oh, the people that use Zionists to replace Jews, that's this guy. This guy is a hateful bigot who is falsely using the Zionist movement in an incorrect way. So, yeah, that's one thing about this guy I wanted to add in specifically. Was there please come back to the, is that the part you wanted me to come back to? Because I did want to address that, unless you had any other comments on it, you know. It's your guys' stream. you guys are watching. You tell me what to do, and I'll talk about it and analyze it. But I do need to get a drink. Oh wait, okay, wait. You just replied. From what I saw, it looked like Hasan was in an entirely different outfit from the other clip, but maybe he's just had many interactions with Hasan. I don't think it was the same day. I feel like it was the same day because Hasan has only went to UCLA once, if I'm not mistaken. And this guy was in the same outfit. You know, maybe Hasan changed outfits because, you know, he said he was sweaty or whatever. But I'm pretty sure this was from the same stream. If anyone's got a link to the other clip, I will gladly play it and compare it side by side with this one. And take a look at it, but I'm pretty sure this was the same day. The loading.
You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not something a Hasan fan would say. I look gay in that
Hold on, I
one.
think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay.
It's a funny thing about me. I don't like terrorism, and I don't like terrorists. If they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it, none of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
This is terrible. I have no drinks in my fridge. I have nothing to drink. So give me a second. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm sorry I keep leaving you guys. This NMP LOL stream, what I'll say about it is like, one thing you're gonna see from NMP LOL as you watch this is he knows some of this stuff already. Hasan's talked about this on his stream as well. Like NMP knows about some of the conflict. Like he's not super educated like Hasan or anything, but he knows about the conflict and specifically has dumbed himself down for the stream because, you know, NMP, he's a guy who sort of plays a character. You know, whether he's on his own stream or a stream like Hasan, he's specifically playing a character to add content and entertainment value. So when NMP is asking certain questions on this, you're gonna see him playing dumb so Hasan can explain things and go into context about things, because it makes for better content. You know, if I went on Hasan's stream and just was like, oh, I know all this, I know, yeah, instead of asking any questions or saying, can you contextualize on this, then, you know, it's not good content. So that's like a little bit of the content perspective. Will said, he says, I love you and asked for a pic with him. That's most likely a Hasan fan. No, so I was talking about this earlier. So that clip is from a Hasan stream where Hasan was at UCLA all day long. And earlier in that stream, there's a clip of that guy approaching Hasan and not knowing who Hasan is and saying, oh, are you guys content creators? I'm a content creator. What are you guys working on? And Hasan's like, oh, we're streaming. And he's like, oh, you do stream? How many people watch you? You know? And then Hasan finally, he's asking like, oh, you have Instagram? Like he's playing like he doesn't know who Hasan is at all. And I don't know if he does actually know who Hasan is or not, or if he was also playing dumb there because he's like a Sneeko fan or a Myron Gaines fan or something. But once he finds out who Hasan is, he later tries to come back to try to get clout. Dude, this is going to be 8 hours long. We know NMP. Okay, I gotta contextualize everything for everybody. You know, someone earlier, Blanco Bronco, asked specifically for me to go into details about things, and I want to go into details and cover as much as possible. You know, I would love to just run through this and just end the stream as quickly as possible because I have other work to do. I have to go make money. You know, by being on this stream, I lose money, but I do want to get into every context. So I'm going to go get water, play this video. Yeah. Didn't mean to full screen it, whatever.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
They're taking over these ships. They started targeting the ships.
People on this helicopter right now?
Yes.
They're streaming this?
Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrent. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hasan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, you know, social democratic idea.
I just wanted to like put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move.
Okay, Bronco just commented, said he found the clip. It's a different person. It wasn't Hasan. Do you have the clip? Can we watch it? Or do you guys want to watch it? I'll watch it right now. I'll pull it up and we can compare side by side, because I don't know if anybody's even done that yet. Okay, hold on. I have found it. I have found it. Because I think this is important, by the way. Because I think if this is like a true Hasan fan, like I think like every Hasan fan still does not represent him, by the way. There's definitely, because like there's 30 months subscribers in his chat that will say unhinged stuff that doesn't, you know, entirely represent him. But I will also say that it is really important to, you know, frame stuff in a specific way. I don't know if he is in this stream or not. Oh, I found it. Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. Back it up a little bit. Let's find the last frame of Hasan. There's Hasan right there. Okay.
I feel like they should move this over. I had to run this over.
You want to make a TikTok?
No. I don't, actually.
So Hasan's right there.
He's
right here.
triangulating the pizza coordinates right now.
March, what do you think?
What's up?
What do you think about this?
Oh, this is sick.
It's awesome, right?
Yeah, we went to one.
Marsh is behind the camera. Hasan's right here.
Fucking dope.
That's more like a march.
And you can still hear him.
Actually, that was like a full blown like rally. Yeah.
Oh, cool. So he's gonna need more.
We are so hyper analyzing right now.
You need to entertain the chat right now.
Okay, chat.
I can't be the one doing all the fucking work.
Come on! I don't know. Do this. Do this.
Yeah, there you go. Chat, do this. There you go. That's a good one.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Okay, so this guy is approaching as Hasan is walking away. So Hasan was in this circle the entire time. Clearly, this guy didn't just immediately just start walking up. He was like observing for afar from a minute. It is interesting that he starts coming up immediately as Hasan goes away. To maybe stream snipe?
Why? Pothead or Potman. Is that it? Hey.
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish. I'm Palestinian.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just, the guy, normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing? What kind of content?
We're just streaming.
Just live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude. Twitter, bro. You guys on Twitter?
Yeah.
That shit, like, you get viral there sometimes or no?
Immediately sourcing Twitter is another thing. Well, they're talking about live streaming, and your first reaction is not Twitch or YouTube, it's Twitter. Like it's another thing of like, oh, that's.
I'm just scared, bro. I'm just like,
I genuinely doubt this is a Hasan fan.
I'm trying to make content, but I don't know, like, you know, I don't know what to do.
Also, this I will say as well. This seems very okay. Wait, what'd you say? He had a mask on too. Yeah, he did. He does have a mask on. Everyone's got a mask on except for this dude, which is another thing. I think it's important to keep doing research and background information on this video because people often will try to argue you did not thoroughly back up your argument. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. My actual plan with this was to try to get through just a reaction of Ethan's video as much as possible. But now that like I know there are some specific clips out there, like these are just the clips I know about, by the way. I'm sure there could be like a 15-hour video debunking every single thing, but these are the things I'm specifically already like seen just on Twitter a little bit popping up. So I'm sure like there's just debunk after debunk on actual claims, because I will say, like, not that Hasan's fans all represent him, but it would be damning if this dude was like his number one main was Hasan. Like maybe he knows of Hasan, but it seems much more likely that, you know, he's a Sneeko or a Myron guy before he would be a Hasan guy. And one thing I'd also say, it's very disingenuous that this dude he says he's specifically here for content, that people don't come up begging to be interviewed, right? Unless they don't care about the cause. You know, otherwise you are just a person here at the protest and you happen to get interviewed. And I think that's what Hasan was doing on this stream. You going out of your way begging to be on camera, you know, saying you're here to make content and stuff. You don't care about the cause, you know? So I think that would be another thing. So likely that Fedora guy didn't recognize that it was Hasan and that these people were working with Hasan. It's a probability. I mean, the people that like Will Neff and Marsh are on Hasan's streams a lot. So if this guy was a Hasan superfan, he would also recognize them. The mask do play a factor into it. But I mean, also his lack of knowledge for Twitch, his lack of knowledge of like what specific content might be being made, and just his overall demeanor would suggest that he is he's not on that deep Hasan wavelength. Frogan, however, someone that may act in bad faith, clearly is on that Hasan wavelength, because while she is extreme in a lot of her rhetoric, it still lines up with a lot of that. This guy in particular is not lining up with all that. This guy is seeming like he is a bad actor in this situation.
So you're just literally live right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
How many viewers?
A couple. A few.
Few?
Yeah.
Like what, 30?
Probably more than 30.
Really?
Yeah. I would say more than 30. Yeah.
Dude, guys, my YouTube channel is...
Look how much he perks up, dog. He is so excited to get some clout. Like, he's a clout chaser. That's what he is. He's a bad faith, bad actor clout chaser that heard like, oh, more than 30 people watching? Let me shout out my YouTube real quick.
Dating and Money, please subscribe. At Dating
Dating-
and Money. I talk
Dating
about
and
Palestine
Money.
on there. Yeah.
Dating and money.
I talk about Palestine on there.
Dating and Money, where we talk about Palestine.
Yeah,
Come on,
okay.
dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to find his son.
Okay.
Where is this guy?
Where'd he go? Yeah.
But yeah, just type in at and then Dating
Look,
and Money. Guys.
it's just a clout
I only
chaser.
have 1,000 subs. I'm about to get monetized right now.
There you go.
All right. Good luck, King.
I'm about to get monetized, and I got way more than 1,000 subs. But, you know, my monetization got taken away when I didn't post for 2 years. But, like, honestly, like, I really like Hasan. So I would recognize Marsh, especially when, you know, you're live streaming. I would recognize Marsh and Will. Even if Hasan is not there, I would still recognize these guys. So I think that's another factor in showing, and they even mention Hasan, and he doesn't like immediately, it doesn't click with him immediately. So I think those are like some of the types of reasons why I don't think this guy is an actual Hasan fan, and he's just a straight up clout chaser. And I think what you see in the later clip is that all these people are taking pictures with Hasan. He probably goes and asks somebody, who is this guy? And they say Hasanabi. And then he's like, oh, I got to go chase my clout. I got to tell him how much I love him. And goes up and says these things. You know, he even says in that clip, he's like, oh yeah, I look gay. Like, not knowing Hasan would hate for him to say that in front of him. So it's a clout chaser. Yeah. So I think we don't need to go into any more detail on that. That basically sums it up. And I know, Zachary, I know you want to get back to the clip. We're 21 minutes into this nuke. I used to watch Hasan a lot, and I have no clue who these guys are. Well, they are a bit more. When did you watch? Because they are like a bit more integrated now. Specifically with the Fear and podcast, is especially where Marsh shows up a lot, and where Will's showing up, and on like Cutie Cinderella's content and all that, Caroline Kwan's content. That's how they're all interconnected. So I think it depends on the time period you were a Hasan fan.
Forwards through the funnel get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hasan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda.
And also, I'll say with this, I don't think there's anything bad with this. For instance, I will say, when I first started watching Hasan, I was like a centrist or like slightly liberal. I was making a transition. I started out on the far right. I was watching, all of Ben Shapiro and other dude's name, what the Change My Mind guy. I was deep in their content in like 2017, 2018. And slowly, when I got into college, I started making like more of a centrist move, but I was more so like, both sides are bad and everything. It was Hasan in his broy attitude, in his not talking in extremes, and being a bit more chill about everything and making jokes about stuff that was able to pull me more in. And I'm not saying that in a way of like, oh, I got like Ethan, I got groomed, I got radicalized by this, but more so in a way of, it's more digestible for content reasons. You can be the super insane niche Frogan and use like very radicalized wording and specifically deal like just completely in absolutes the whole way, but it's not going to be as digestible for a general content. And that's why Hasan can do streams with 100,000 people watching, because people from all walks of life can come in and listen to it and not immediately like go, oh, insane radical leftists on here. Some people think Hasan's conservative when they watch him.
Cold radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say.
And protections for workers, like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no,
for the record.
No, I'm not calling
I'm
it
a propagandist.
that. I'm just saying, I'm going to play.
Yeah, and like propagandist doesn't entirely mean bad. It means just like sharing the ideas of something.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then I want to.
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further their political agenda.
And then
I'm gonna stop it right there. He said someone who purposely lies to push their political agenda. Hold on. Ethan Klein just said the definition of propagandist is someone who lies to push their political cause. The actual definition of propagandist, even in a derogatory way, is a person who promotes or publicizes a particular organization or cause. So, Good job, Ethan. Good research on this one. Good
A
research.
terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hasan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate I hate liberals.
That's such a funny. I learned how he hates liberals. Ooh, spooky, spooky.
Liberals,
That's, it just feels like satire, and I'm sure some of it partially is, because like earlier with like the communism is invading us, the type rhetoric at the earlier part of the video. Like I think it's, I some of it's satire, but it's like it's walking a very thin line of like what is real, Ethan.
I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most like scummy, vile fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hasan. And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Hila. Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hasan platform, promote, and propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely he went too far, and someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened, and his views got more and more radical and more disturbing. I feel it's...
I will say this, Hasan's views do not get more and more radical. Hasan, you can go back and watch a Hasan video from like 8 years ago when he was with the Young Turks or something, and it's going to be the same exact statements he makes now. You know, so like it's not that he's changed at all. It's like I genuinely just think Ethan just doesn't understand politics or any of it.
After mainstreaming someone like Hasan to take this on. And so it was war. Nuclear war.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
One thing we've
as
been hearing
nothing
for weeks.
but a simple man.
Now,
a simple man who understands right from wrong.
Yeah. You're an important, influential voice to a lot of people.
I'm an idiot, I'm a dumb bimbo, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've gotten dumb to criticism like this. It's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now because I make content out of it. I think it's funny and fun.
And there are baby settlers as well.
Can you just shut the fuck up, bloodthirsty, violent
I think the production on this is awesome. Like I have my criticisms of the video, but I will say the production is solid. This is exactly what YouTube videos should strive to do. And this specific part right here is amazing. And I've seen people hating on it, and that might be a bias, but I think this is incredible. And I wish the entire video wasn't awful, like poor researched stuff, because stuff like this is pretty cool.
Rapes happen.
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. ExpressVPN is an app that lets you change your location. Let's see what you can do with this power. You can sign up.
Also, it's pretty insane to have a sponsor for this video. I will say that. Like, I would understand if you're a small YouTuber and you like need the money, but Ethan's got like a pretty good amount of money, right? And I bet he got like an insane payout for this specific, because like every sponsor knew this would get a ton of views. I'm surprised ExpressVPN is taking the side of it. Hasan specifically doesn't do sponsors. But yeah, just a little, I guess, a perspective on the creator economy side of it. If I was a creator the size of Ethan, and I was doing like what I consider a bombshell to get someone completely like canceled and everything, I would not run a sponsored ad on it. Out of the pure wanting it to be completely uninterrupted and get to the point as fastly as possible. So yeah, we're gonna skip the sponsored point because why would we listen to an ad? Come on. Okay. Or no, Hasan doesn't run sponsors anymore, or he doesn't run ads anymore. He I don't know when he did that. He did that before the election at some point. His Twitch contract ended. So he no longer runs ads. So you can be unsubscribed and still get a completely ad-free experience, which is awesome.
And now, back to our program. Meanwhile, at Twitch HQ, the marketing team is strategizing on a new advertising vertical.
My friends at Twitch headquarters, the executives,
Oh,
the
no.
influencers,
Wait,
Hasan,
wait,
nice
wait.
to see you.
Stream down, stream down.
Front row. I am here to present to you an extraordinarily exciting...
No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Come on. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. 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 No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. Wait. Ah, no, I started a new live. I hate everything. No. No. I hate everything. Guys, are you still here? All right, people are coming back in. If you didn't know, the stream crashed, and I'm very, very sad because we had been streaming for 2 hours. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. So I have a issue in my Google settings, my stream settings. I'm learning this for the first time. Okay, whatever. Stream's back up now. Everything seems like it's stable again. No drop frames. CPU percentage is good. Let's keep watching.
Opportunity. We have not tapped this market yet. Now, don't panic, okay? Because you're going to want to panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money?
Not us.
Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You could broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, he's saying this, but Twitch policy, terrorism. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors or acts. This includes threatening to, encouraging others to commit acts that would result in serious harm. That's not what's on Twitch.
Hasan Piker.
Wait. One of the people from the old stream's back. Bronco. Hey man, sorry, been on the phone with my girl, but I'm really enjoying the content. I'm going to leave a sub and try to join future lives. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Going forward, we're going to try to do all lives at like 8 or 9 a.m. Pacific time. So if you're on the East Coast, that is like 11 or 12 Pacific time, or 11 or 12. But yeah, one of the big things I guess you missed was that the stream crashed. So we're on a new stream. It looks like the old stream is already up. The 2 hours and 20 minutes that we did the VOD for. But you know, we're doing it again right now. Hopefully we can get that chat back. But yeah. How has Hasan not been banned for videos he's shown then? That's a good question. I have seen Twitch specifically has changed their policy a little bit to where now there is, you know, a little warning you get. This happened like right around the election. Also, Hasan got blacklisted, by the way. He was like not, you could only get to him by like specifically searching his channel. He wasn't on the homepage. But besides that, there's also a warning now where it's like, hey, this is for more adults. But I think because of the way he covers it in an educational way, and the way that, you know, he's directly not saying go do these acts that these people are doing, I think it does change it a little bit. You'd have to specifically ask a Twitch policy person on that.
He's such a great guy. No, you. Give it up for Hasan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy. This dude can package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism like nobody else. In fact, you guys got him on the front page. And he's doing terrible.
And I mean, I just said like he was not on the front page. As for his biggest night, election night, he was not allowed on the front page. But also, by the way, Ethan's saying anti-Americanism. Bro, Ethan, what are you talking about? Like, why are you like immediately becoming a shill for like America when that's not what your content has been previously about? Like, it seems like Ethan is legitimately shifting right in all of this.
Terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentle ladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl.
Babe?
Girl, you look good. Great job on that Arab tier list. That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Twitch. Here's the thing, with help from people like Hasan.
That actually genuinely might be a suable offense. If I'm being real, I don't know if Frogan might do it. Hasan wouldn't. But to say you're getting paid by Qatar is crazy defamation, especially when this video is not even about you.
Terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right? They're not terrorists, they're...
You can like America without being right-wing. Yes, I love America. I want America to be better. But I think framing things that say, oh, I don't like this part about America and I wish we would improve as anti-American is a right-wing standpoint. The fact that America is not allowed to be criticized, that's a right-wing standpoint, definitely. I mean, the whole thing about being a liberal in America is you see things that you want to fix in America. And the point about being a conservative is you don't want those things fixed, or you want to go back to how they previously were. And I think specifically saying any criticism of America is, you know, anti-American would put you more likely in that right-wing side of things. Also,
Go
is this
ahead.
the
Go
audio
ahead.
too loud?
He knows. Freedom fighters, guys. We are fighting for freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one. The resistance isn't
not
perfect.
Oh.
Right? You gotta crack some eggs, man. Hasan, you know Socialism didn't buy you that car.
If I knew that this is what communism would
I
be
think
in
you're
2024, I wouldn't.
I think you're interpreting that wrong. Maybe. You know, maybe. Alex Jones is very anti-American. Oh yeah, for sure. But Alex Jones, Alex Jones is a different story. Alex Jones has gone so far right that he does not recognize the modern America. Alex Jones is a shill for America from like 50, 60 years ago, and he hates current Americans. So that's a bit of Alex Jones's thing. Sorry, I'm all flabbergasted right now because I'm trying to get everything like I literally just tried to like turn the stream back on as quickly as possible. And now everything is falling apart. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's keep going. Does Hasan like liberals? No. Hasan does not like liberals.
Another butter for the shit. Really. Abortion is the symbol of the capitalist excess. What the fuck is he thinking? You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist? Forget a religion. Hasan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone subbed to this idiot.
Or that designer dog?
This breed's stunning fluffy coat comes with a price. Chow Chows shed all...
No. Calling Hasan's dog designer is hilarious because he literally went and got it at the pound. And it's like, it's not a full-bred Chow Chow even. And also he specifically, what did he do? He paid for all the adoption fees that day he went and got his dog. So everybody's adoption was free. So he's definitely not splurging on a dog. He's literally promoting adoption, which I don't even do. My dog's not adopted. Where are you at, Luna? Luna, are you sleepy? Luna's sleepy. I won't wake her up right now. Luna is not adopted, actually. Luna is from a corgi breeder.
No. Very cute, by the way, but those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer on our platform that is influencing media.
By the way, wait. Let's go back. These types of fits from Hasan are so cringe. Like, I see people wear these now. Granted, I wore a BLM Nike shirt back in 2020. I'll say that. But I feel like this kind of like political shirts they're just a little odd. I don't know.
Political streamer on our platform that is influencing media and influencing young kids everywhere. If we can normalize terrorism, if we could you see the army ads on Twitch? The army is fucking broke, dude. I'll tell you who loves America more than the army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word, but they're paying more. Good CPMs coming out of Qatar. But you kids love anime, right? Yeah. Can't get enough of it. I mean, look at what we've already done with Hasan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again, man. No, we got a big party for you after. No, don't do it. Let's wait, because we got a big party and a cake and everything for you after in the back. Prostitutes, too. Don't tell anyone. That's part of the past. Look what we've done already. This Houthi pirate. I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist. He literally tweeting out he wants to kill Jews and put their heads on
Okay,
bikes.
Will, I see your comment. I'm going to do that.
Not somehow, because of his genius. We have rebranded the Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists. Death to America, curse upon the Jews. That's right. That's the Jolly Roger of this man here. None other than Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys. And let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys. The resistance isn't perfect. The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's get them. If you want to know where on the political spectrum Hasan sits, take a look at a recent media analysis by Ad Fonte.
Sorry about this, guys. We're trying to
the most
solve
extreme
issues.
left-wing, untrustworthy media source on the internet. And to give you an idea, he is opposite of InfoWars. Now, I'm not going to say...
I think that's kind of crazy. Like, I don't think that's true. Like, where does this come from? Adfontesmedia.com. Who do they say is the most reliable? Hold on. Where do they have AP on here? Does anybody see AP anywhere? Fox News is pretty far down here, which is reasonable. I think AP would be like directly center, right? Oh, there it is. It's so small, and it's just their letters. Okay, yeah. What are the resolutions of the two monitors? They are 1920 by 1080. I believe the camera resolution is also 1080. Okay, yeah, but yeah, I see AP. Okay, so AP is right here. Fox 10 above AP. Fox 10's like LA, right? Or is that 11? It's one of those. They do a good job though. The local Fox networks. Pew Research 100% trust. I think this is coming from definitely like a liberal, like slightly, because louder with Crowder all the way down here. I just genuinely, I don't think InfoWars and louder with Crowder is on the same basis as Hasan, you know, unless you specifically have a specific agenda when you're laying out this spectrum. Obviously, it's not here. I would put Hasan somewhere in here, you know, probably like right here, close to Pod Save America. I think that's a pretty decent place to put him. Because obviously he's an entertainer on top of all this stuff. It's absolutely ridiculous to say that the reliability is above Joe Rogan, because there's no fact checking on Joe Rogan. Because keep in mind, Hasan specifically has a audience of a ton of different people who could call him out at any moment if he got something wrong. The Joe Rogan podcast is pre-recorded. Independent research paper from a university professor. I mean, there's always some biased. I would love to get a more detailed breakdown of this, because I can't understand how Monsanto's News and the Joe Rogan show are considered more reliable than Hasan. Like, keep in mind, there are very few people down here in this red of misleading, you know? Bill O'Reilly level is fair. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, Bill O'Reilly is over here, like right of the middle. But yeah, I could see Bill O'Reilly being, because like that's an actual news network that is required to present certain facts. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. The bias here isn't specifically against Hasan, of course. I'm saying this entire thing is definitely sort of leaning in an odd perspective. I personally would not put this in a video. If I took a look at this and saw like you're putting Faithwire above Hasan on reliability, and the Ingram angle and all of that, it seems a little odd. And even like USA Facts above Pew Research Center. Bill's bottom right. I saw him. Yeah, he's right here. He's like teetering on opinion and selective. I think Hasan is definitely like on the border of like opinion and selective. I definitely feel like there are most of his news coverage is definitely in a sense selective of certain things. But then, you know, like I said, it brings back that audience situation, right? Of like people chatting. So people, while he may be selective himself, people in chat will directly bring in points that he then has to argue, which you don't see anybody on this side doing that. Which is why I would put it like slightly above Bill O'Reilly. I would put it, like I said, I think it should be like Pod Save America level. Like, I think that is a relatively very, very fair thing to do. And I think the only reason Pod Save America is way up here and Hasan is way down here, surprisingly, they're very close to each other as far as the left. I would say Pod Save America is a bit over this way. But I guess they created this because Pod Save America had Hasan on, and they're mad at it. But yeah. Enough about that. I'm gonna try to fix the camera settings now as we keep watching this.
Untrustworthy media source on the internet. And to give you an idea, he is opposite of
Maybe put a little fan to get more air to the capture card. I have ordered a fan specific because I'm running this all on a laptop, which is crazy. But yeah, I'm getting one of those little laptop bases that have fans built into them to get extra airflow. I don't know how that's going to affect this mic because this mic picks up literally everything. I've tried putting filters on it, and it's like a crappy mic. It's only like $50 or $100, and it's a plug and play, which makes it worse. But I'm gonna try to get some fans for the laptop. Hopefully by the next stream next Sunday.
InfoWars. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hasan loves all terrorists, but what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization, the Houthis.
And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler.
The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas, and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little rights do women in the Houthis' Yemen have? Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the Jews. And that's all of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like, we hate Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like Hasan are like, you're fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
You're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticisms of the Houthis slogan do not factor in to what they are doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because...
Yeah, no. I literally, it's actually crazy where Ethan is including valid points in here. Like, yes, that the slogan's problematic and everything about it is bad, right? But it's like when you contextualize it as like, oh, this is like an extremist group created from, experiencing genocide for decade after decade. And like that is why they are an extremist group. That's why we're calling them an extremist group. If they were just, oh, well, we don't like Israel, but we're not going to say anything like insane, then you couldn't call them radical. You couldn't call them extremist. They wouldn't be extremists then. They'd just be the status quo resistance. And I think, like, yes, it's bad, but, you've got to, put a contextualization on it when it comes to these specific conversations. How can you contextualize anti-Semitism? Would you do it for the Nazis? No. I mean, I'm not contextualizing anti-Semitism. I'm contextualizing how these groups are formed. So it's not a justification. Don't get contextualization confused with justification. So I think specifically on the Nazi side, you contextualize. So do these people just hate Jews for no reason during the Holocaust and everything? The contextualization around that is, oh, Germany was going through a very tough economic period. And that's how you could, same with America right now. it's the same way you can get, you know, the mass deportation, how you can get so many people on board with it. And how I said earlier that, you know, you don't blame every Israeli citizen for the genocide going on in Gaza. All of these are interconnected, as contextualized as what has happened to the individual citizens specifically, like what have they experienced, which is on you know, every one of these situations, war, violence, or economic disaster.
That is such.
So wait, hold on, more comments. So how can Hasan be okay with excusing the Houthis' anti-Semitism? I don't think he's excusing it. I think even in this specific clip, he says it's bad, right?
My criticisms of the Houthis slogan do not factor in to.
Yeah, he said my criticisms, as in he has criticisms of the Houthis' specific anti-Semitism. Like that is the whole point, is that his criticisms do not change the context of why they exist in the first place. So that's the point there.
What they are doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because, like, that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like, for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they don't need to read Mein Kampf.
Oh, I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
That lines up with leftist values. All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is, how does Hasan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
Sure.
These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way, just so you know. These fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, I need the money, guys.
I'm gonna grab my food.
I'm so confused. What is
العسكري يوم سيطرنا على الخوبه بآلي ما نبالي بالهمر والمدفعية.
That's right, my friend. Hasan just played straight-up terrorist propaganda without even being there to analyze it. Surely this must be against terms of service. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violence.
He criticized the Houthis by playing their propaganda videos. Yeah. No, dog. I was literally showing the clip where he said, hey, I have criticisms of the Houthis slogan. That is what he said in that clip. That's what I'm talking about, the criticisms. And my camera's glitching again. Well, this is definitely against Twitch's policy. I specifically, I think I already said it, is that I would love for Twitch to come out and give a broader explanation on this, because it does say even for the purpose of denouncing such content. So it's like, what does Twitch consider as a terrorist group? Because as far as I understand, like the Houthis have like a odd like terrorism classification, right? Haven't they been like, they're not like the full upgraded classification? I could be completely wrong on that. I'm granted, I will be very real, I don't know much about the Houthis. That is one thing. I didn't watch these streams Hasan did about them. I literally just, I didn't, see any of this. I don't have much knowledge on it. I will be straight up about that. I'm a little dumb when it comes to this specific topic. But I'd say specifically, like I don't entirely know, like how this could 100%. Actually, wait, I do remember something. Sorry, I'm having so many brain farts today. I'm sure I haven't even checked the views on the video or on the live stream. I'm sure. Oh, there's 10 people in here. Damn. But yeah, I would say I remembered Hasan talking about specifically where Twitch did have a conversation with him about this. So he did not get specifically banned for this specific time, but they told him specifically, do not play like the Houthi videos on your streams anymore. So yeah, there's favoritism there. I'm not going to deny that. He did get favoritism by getting like a warning, and he didn't do it again after. So even for an educational purpose, it's not allowed in their Twitch policy. I'm sorry if my brain's starting to go slow. I've never live streamed for this long. How far are we in? We're like 3 hours in. Okay.
Extremist actors. For example, displaying or linking terrorist or extremist propaganda, even for the purpose of denouncing such content. Denouncing? Okay, but what's the rule for endorsing it? Is that okay? The answer is yes, as Hasan was never punished for this blatant violation of Twitch community guidelines. Got it. So
That I propose is anti-Semitic. Which part? Twitch being anti-Semitic, or Hasan showing the video being anti-Semitic? Because which part? Because I don't think maybe this is wrong. I mean, I am literally showing the video right now on my stream. Do you think I'm anti-Semitic for watching Ethan's video? Is Ethan anti-Semitic for putting it in his video? I think there is while Twitch's policy says you can't show that. My other comment. Oh, your other comment, he criticized the Houthis by playing their propaganda videos. I mean, like I'm technically playing it right now. You know, Ethan has technically put it in his video and has played it. So it's like, I think it is against Twitch's policy. I will agree on that front that yes, Twitch specifically says in their rules, not even for like educational or denouncing. So like maybe if Ethan tried to stream this content Nuke on Twitch, that's against the Twitch policy. But my previous comment explains what I think is anti-Semitic. Am I blanking? I'm sorry. So how can Hasan be okay with excusing the Houthis' anti-Semitism when Yemenis don't have to join the Houthis? I don't think Hasan is okay with the Houthis' anti-Semitism or is excusing it, because I think he specifically criticized it. He literally said in the video that he said he was criticizing it. And sorry, I'm having brain farts. Hasan has control of what he shows on stream. He's showing the video with no criticism. Ethan is criticizing the terrorist. Fair, yeah. I think it was bad faith for Hasan to step out of the room and leave NMP here to just watch this. I think he is absolutely excusing it. Well, I mean, he said in that clip specifically that he has criticism of it, right? So I don't think showing a video instantly makes you showing a video and not specifically adding criticism to it makes it an immediate endorsement, right? It does go against Twitch policies. It says it clearly there in the description. And being critical when he gets a bit of backlash. That is fair. I've seen that. I will agree with you on that. I think there's times where he will literally show stuff and he will not come out and criticize it until the backlash comes out. So, yeah, it's fair there. I agree with that. I think it's an immediate endorsement. Okay. I don't think it is. Because like I'm showing it right now and I haven't immediately denounced it, right? So I don't think I'm also immediately endorsing it either. That's my opinion on the matter from a content creator perspective of showing stuff on stream and everything and showing videos and everything. Because like we're live on Twitch right now too. I know a lot of people are watching on YouTube. We're also live on Twitch. Our stream's not getting taken down on Twitch for watching this. So like not only are we like not violating the policy, but we're not endorsing it either by far.
So denouncing terrorism is bad. Don't do that. Endorsing terrorism is good. Okay, got it, Twitch.
I will say one thing. Hasan did a lot better job of denouncing things when Russia invaded Ukraine. So a lot of people have had criticisms of Hasan saying he's pro-Russia, he's pro-Russia. On the night Russia invaded Ukraine, he made sure to put a massive banner over his stream that said Putin is bad or this invasion is bad, to cover this very complex issue for over a year now and never have any kind of banner that says I do not endorse terrorism or I don't endorse violence. I think it is a pretty big thing. Obviously, like this, there's a lot less nuance in this situation when you have to take a heavy absolute stance against Israel. But at the same time, I feel like there should, especially when you're going to pull stuff like this on stream, right? I feel like there should be some kind of like similar banner to what he had when the Russia invasion happened, right?
What is going on? Can you explain this? This is a 3-minute video of. What do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like bad example, Chris Brown dancing. You know?
No. They do like they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music.
Dog, we still have over an hour left, bro. We have over an hour left. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to finish this.
No,
I'm being real.
They do musicals about like their fucking like their actions all the time.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I've got this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Guys, let's just use our brains. Fiddler on the Roof, Wicked, Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no reason we can't put these Houthis on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen, you want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro, they fucking, look at this. They got the Palestinian flag that they painted under the helicopter with the Yemen flag. They fucking they start overtaking the ships. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India. Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now with zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values. Hasan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie. It happened.
This doesn't seem very critical of the Houthis. Yeah, it isn't. It's not. I will say I have seen a clip where some of the specific things Ethan is talking about has already gotten disproven. So I've not actually seen what specific things did get disproven and what things actually are. But I will agree that, yeah, this doesn't seem very critical at all of the Houthis in specifically. Yeah, I think it's a lesser evil. I don't know if he said that yet, or if he's going to say that, but I think specifically like the Houthis are a lesser evil than Israel or Saudi Arabia, either of those. Because at the end of the day, a small resistance group that's fighting a massive wealthy power is always going to be better when that power is like pushing fascism and everything and imperialism. But I will agree that, yeah, it seems like he's trying to almost get a joke out of it. And I think this is probably where Ethan is hitting best. I would say like the Hasan fan would have been like a big deal if it was actually proven true. We determined that was a bad actor. We found the actual stream and watched through it. I'm sure there's a lot out there disproving this stuff. I believe he's going to mention like, oh, the crew is missing. The crew is not missing. The crew has already been returned. That's something that's been quickly fact checked. I don't know how much of this other stuff by Ethan has been fact checked. But I will say this is probably the strongest part of the video that I will give credit to for on Ethan's side.
Waters. Hasan is lying for the Houthis like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
This is like a hostile. They're streaming this?
Yeah. Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hasan thinks...
So, no, the Houthis are not just fighting Yemen. The Houthis, like specifically in this scenario, is blocking this trade route. They're stopping Israeli shippings. So it's like for the Houthis, they are specifically in this conversation about Israel and Palestine for that specific reason. They are obviously doing other things. They are like multifaceted, multi-goal related group. So, I mean, that is one of the things. I mean, they also oppose Saudi Arabia and the United States as imperialist powers. They're anti-Western stance, you know, they have like very traditional Muslim values. So it's like, it's not just one specific thing they're fighting against. It's like they're much more focused on religious extremism and the values that are connected to that than one specific opposition to that, if that makes sense.
That a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
I've got to pee. I'll be back.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild.
So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this.
Is that their helicopter?
Yeah.
That looks like a legit helicopter.
It is a legit helicopter.
This is wild.
So they take it over, and they tell the people in the ship, usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews.
Oh.
And they're like, all right, well, you know, we got no problems with you, you know, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hasan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, you know, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year, prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hasan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, well, you know, we got no problems with you, you know, but you're coming with us.
This is a 3-minute video of What do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like, are you being serious? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing these guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
Don't worry, I was listening to that the entire time. One thing I will add to all of that is the "we've got no problem with you" part. Specifically, hold on, I'll read the chats in a second. They oppose everyone that don't think like them. Yeah, exactly. They're radical religious extremist and anti-imperialist in a very extreme way. And the Houthis politely kidnapped the ship's crew. I mean, yes, it's violent. 100%. It is violent. But I mean, that ship's crew, you know, against what Ethan's video says, it has been proven that they are no longer captive because, one, the Houthis they're Filipino. Like, the Houthis don't have a problem with these Filipino people. You know, they don't know what's going on in the Philippines or what the politics are in the Philippines. It's just a crew. Yeah, like you said, the crew was released. So it's like Hasan's point is true of like, we have no problem with you. And it's like, it's the same way with like hostages on both on the Israeli side and the Palestinian side. They are used as barter methods. You know, a lot of the Israeli hostages are being returned in perfectly fine condition. You know, and like they're just held as like a prisoner of war, basically. That's what it is. They are like they're a middleman that gets caught up in something with much larger powers or much more violent powers at play. So that's the main point in this, and that is with anything. That is with America. America definitely does that a lot. And that's why the number one stance should be anti-war, anti-violent revolution, no matter what. And to get there is by doing civil policy changes, right? So like these extremists are fighting a good cause against anti-imperialism. Their methods of doing it are wrong. Devin, you're starting to sound like you're defending the Houthis. I'm not defending the Houthis. I think they're violent, and I think their methods are bad. Because I think it's the wrong way to go about doing things. But the reason they exist is because there is no system of change for them. It's not like America. Well, not like America used to be. We'll see how America starts to go over the next few years. But you have to have a democratic process for people to decide things and change things. When you create a authoritarian system like Saudi Arabia is forcing on Yemen, then you have these situations where you create these terrorist groups. That's why there are so many in the Middle East, in Africa as well. I don't think the African terrorist groups get covered enough, but they're also there, and they are created on the sole purpose of these super authoritarian rulers that rule over these civilizations, I hate when it buffers for so long.
I bet Hasan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Because hell, even a couple days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hasan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on and then left the room.
Left the room?
Yeah, and I was just like, and the thing is, like, in hindsight, it's hilarious, But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me.
Yeah.
But like, I just, and like, he was like, yo, they're such great dancers. Look how good.
My God.
I was like, okay.
Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hasan right after? Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page.
That's just the algorithm.
That's crazy. Click it? Dude, Hasan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Here's another incident of Hasan enjoying some Houthi propaganda.
How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with? They got a beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh, Hasan.
Y'all, you can't compare. You can't think that is like serious. Like that was an obvious joke of, oh, they got good voices and everything. But like I think it's, I don't know if Ethan's including it in there as a joke, but it's like you can't have nuance in a video, you know? You can't like make like a little bit of lightheartedness, especially considering like how deep and dark some of the streams had been covering, you know, the genocide and how down it had been. So it's like Ethan is literally talking about Holocaust too, but Hasan talks about their singing voices.
Naive friend, you say that Jews don't sing and dance like that? Then what the fuck do you call this?
See, Ethan's making a joke about it too.
That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
This is also a joke.
Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. The fucking mixtape. You got a beautiful voice too. Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
This is like some this is like some old school Ethan stuff. Like this feels like it's straight from like 2015, 2016.
Houthis been real quiet since this drop, dude.
Now we come to our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twix and all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache. He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Timothy Chalamet because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a...
Ludwig just had a breakdown about some part of him being in the video, but doesn't condemn Hasan, it seems like. I would have to watch that video, but what I could tell, he's definitely got a bias. Oh, for sure. I mean, Ludwig and Hasan are super close friends. He's going to be there to defend him. And you know, that doesn't make Ludwig wrong, right? He can have a bias and still be right. Understandably, considering there was drama involving around Ethan and his girlfriend. Yes, we've talked about that already specifically. If you guys don't know, Ethan Klein specifically, so Ludwig's girlfriend, Cutie Cinderella, her videos started getting put out there on different adult sites of deep fake technology of her in adult film videos. And it was very violating. You know, people could go see her nude on videos that she never created or ever consented to. It is sexual assault. It is a level of sexual assault to where you are creating adult videos of someone without their permission, right? The same way that a revenge video would be the same exact process. During that whole fiasco, she makes a video crying and just being very open on stream about how hurtful it was for her and how she's trying to stop it and what actions she's taking. And you can see her hurt and pain in the video, and she was bawling her eyes out. And it was very sad. It was very dark, to the point where Ben Shapiro was taking her side. Keep in mind, everyone from Hasan to Ben Shapiro was supporting Cutie and being like, this is terrible, this is awful, I'm so sorry for you. However, Ethan thought it was hilarious. And Bronco, yes, Ethan is funny sometimes. Ethan would not have 6 million subscribers almost without being funny, especially in his older videos. Even when he's edgy, Ethan can be funny and be enjoyable. You know, that's why he also had a successful podcast with Hasan, because he's funny, he's enjoyable to watch. But in this specific situation with Cutie Cinderella, Ethan was literally like laughing his ass off at Cutie crying over experiencing sexual assault. So it was just like, Ethan didn't think the situation was funny. I mean, he laughed at her, dog. Let me find the video. Actually, I'll pull the video up. We can watch that.
Why? What is going on with you?
Sorry, don't mind me.
He's not even playing the video yet, or he's not even playing the chestnuts yet, right? He's laughing at the idea. He saw this video and he's like, I've got a funny idea to make this serious situation into a joke.
If you are able to look at women who are not selling themselves or benefiting off of being seen sexually.
Like, that's weird. That's weird, dog. And Ela's laughing. No, he's not. You don't normally laugh at chestnuts roasting on an open fire, dog. He's not laughing at the song. He's laughing that he came up with the idea to play this over her video of her crying about sexual assault. Yeah, he's laughing because he got the idea to send it to Zach and play it.
You're a monster, dude.
Because bro was watching this video, instead of actually listening to her and what she was going through, he was like, right now is a good time to make a funny. Which it wasn't. I mean, Ethan does a great job of making funnies when they're appropriate. But this is not one of those times where, you know, it was
You guys are crazy.
considered funny.
Why did you do that?
Zach, what the fuck, bro?
And now Ludwig is still friends with the guy who did the deepfake. We already talked about that. You know, H3H3H was extremely apologetic about all of that. And he literally raised hundreds of thousands of dollars to specifically get those videos taken down off those sites and legally get everything removed. I will say it's messed up that Hasan was still friends with Ethan after this happened. I will say that. That's a bad thing on Hasan specifically for being friends with Ethan after doing this video. There's your criticism of Hasan right there. You had to be there. I don't know, dog. I've watched the H3 podcast before. I know how it works. I know specifically when it's appropriate to do these things. Yeah, it was bad timing, and he burst out laughing.
Why are
it was
you
bad.
doing that? Bro, you are going to get banned. I think it would be ridiculous to do that.
Hasan now has the opportunity to express his journalistic chops, to get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
And I'll say something about this. It's like, this is journalism, by the way. You can have fun with journalism. Hasan is a Twitch streamer. who has Pepe frogs in his chat. It's not supposed to all be serious. Devon Street H3 podcast fan confirmed. Former H3 podcast fan. I can't give you the exact time period that I was the most into the H3 podcast, but I did watch a solid bit of it. I don't watch it anymore. Now the only time I see clips from it is when like Ethan goes on tangents about Hasan in the middle of the podcast. Bronco. I mean, yeah, it's if you did laugh, I know it's crazy, you know. Yes, it's super edgy and it's super contrasty and out there, but I think there's a difference between being presented that type of thing and then laughing at it, and being the person that was coming up with it on the spot and laughing at it and doing it without acknowledging any of that. Yeah, but Hasan talks to Bernie and other political heads, so I think if we say that about Hasan, he should just stick to the internet orbiters. No, I don't think that's true. I mean, Hasan used to be on like a mainstream outlet, the Young Turks, TYT. He used to be a journalist there before going independent. I think you can have conversation, like even for example the Bernie conversation. Like while that was a much more serious conversation he had with Bernie, he also asked Bernie, "Hey Bernie, can we ball up? You know, can we go hit the courts together?" And I think Hasan is actually going to play basketball against Bernie at some point when he gets back from Japan. So it's like, I think Hasan can, you know, cover these different layers. I don't think he has to abide by the CNN journalist reporter type things, because he's independent. He gets to control how his content is, and part of his content is being entertaining, and the other part is like covering like actual journalism.
Way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes. We love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love you. I love you so much.
We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You can tell them that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
The crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism.
I will say that part's like a little weird to laugh about. And also, I've watched videos about this kid. It's gone back and forth if he even is a Houthi. I'm on the stance that he might be, but I haven't seen like full proof he is. It's just like he kind of like, he is sort of on the side of them. And I mean, he's a guy that's experienced genocide his whole life. Okay, so there should be a balance of serious and unserious questions, but Hasan was completely unserious while talking to a member of an anti-Semitic group. That's wrong. Yeah. And I've actually never watched this full interview specifically. I'll be honest about that. Like, I do watch a lot of Hasan. I have not seen this. And obviously he's a kid who's, you know, experienced a whole genocide and has like sentiments because of that genocide he's experienced. But I think like it is bad on Hasan to, I think he went a little too goofy with this. I mean, it is a kid, and I think at the time it wasn't confirmed. It was like not even close to being admitted that he was a Houthi at all. I think now there's more evidence coming out that he's at least aligned with it. I still don't think there's evidence that he is the exact member yet. But I do agree that it was a little too unprofessional from Hasan here. So Ethan covering a story where it's fucked up and wrong, and he discusses it being effed up and wrong, but choosing to make a joke, a poorly timed joke, but Hasan can still be silly on stream. Yeah. Yeah, Hasan can still be silly on stream. I mean, Hasan is not, I think even here, he's not making he's not laughing about, you know, one controversy, for example, that's come out about this kid is him posting a picture of him saying, oh, we're going to put Zionist heads on pikes, a very, very violent image and everything. Even in this interview, I don't think Hasan is like joking about things like that, joking about direct violence or direct sexual assault or anything. That is something that Ethan did do. Ethan directly looked at a victim suffering of something and immediately laughed at it. I think the things Hasan is making light of in this conversation aren't at that level. Yeah, he's just trying to chill. But yeah, I'm trying to be as fair as possible, obviously. Like I like Hasan better. And I used to watch Ethan. I was a Ethan fan before I was a Hasan fan. But like I will call out, like I think like this is like a little too silly. I'm being very real about it, because I've seen other videos or other interviews Hasan's done. The Bernie interview he was super serious with. The interview he did with, it was like the niece of the guy that did the terrorism attack in New Orleans. That one was a very serious video. Obviously, there's no ties of this guy doing direct terrorism or this guy being like super serious or anything. He's just a kid. But at the same time, it's like it is still a serious topic, and I think it is a little too goofy. I feel like Hasan asking the Hoi pirate kid about One Piece doing an ad prop is just as bad as Chestnut's level, but no, I don't think it is. I don't, because this kid watches One Piece. You know, he's a kid, dog. Like I said, he is a minor. He's a minor that has experienced genocide his whole entire life, you know? So it's like you can have extremely negative sentiments that are created from that experience while also still being a normal kid. When I was super far right wing, I still loved Star Wars, you know, and I could still have the same jokes about Star Wars now that I did when I was 14, 15 years old, despite my politics drastically changing during that time. Lord, play the video. I know. You're right.
It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, "Why are you doing that?" What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hasan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they...
Hasan almost asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes him, yeah.
So, I mean, what... That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hasan knows why. Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging...
No, that does not directly connect him as a Houthi terrorist. It makes him align with them. Okay, the captain's dancing with him. Is the captain a Houthi terrorist now? No, he is also just in connection with the situation.
Challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people. He just runs defense for this.
Not asking the hard questions seems just as bad. Yeah, agree.
This guy acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members who are being forced, probably at gunpoint, to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of the literal hostages is shocking, even for somebody that loves terrorists.
That's so funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have two.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay.
I just think like it's still, Ethan is still framing it as like this boy specifically is holding these people at gunpoint, and there's no proof of that whatsoever. That'll be my point. Yes, he is Houthi aligned, 100% agree, but I don't think he is the dude holding people at gunpoint or forcing them to do certain things. You know, that's why there's questions in here about One Piece and KFC and everything.
That's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
Does he know what One Piece is?
What if he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my.
Wait until the part when the kid calls himself a soldier. Okay, yeah. I'll look at that part. Once again, I haven't seen all of this yet. Because I did say there was conflicting evidence whether he was, you know, an actual member or if he's just aligned with them, right? And Ethan, I think Ethan in this video, before we've gotten to maybe the proof that it's true that he is a member, Ethan is already presenting that as a conclusion he's already completed. But yeah, and then on the Hasan side, I think Hasan is part of this is like, oh, this is a kid that has experienced genocide his whole life. Maybe I should try to humanize him by asking questions like One Piece and KFC. So I think that is partly where it comes from. I still think it is necessarily a little too like loosey-goosey with it, a little too like a little too just like happy. I don't know, like the vibe is a little off with it. It seems like it, even if you're trying to humanize, be a little bit more serious with it.
Oh my
right?
God, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember Luffy's flag looking like this. Predictably, there was some blowback after this interview, and Hasan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know if he's a Houthi or not. He's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate, is not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fucking call him a Houthi either. You want to know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but you know, I don't think he's not a pirate. He has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You sucked him off the entire stream. Not even a Houthi militant or anything like that. When I interviewed the dude who they still to this day call a Houthi terrorist, Tim Houthi's not even a fucking Houthi. I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. No, he was just some fucking Yemeni TikToker. Random fucking Yemeni
it doesn't really matter if he's idolizing. I think that's supposed to be sorry, I was there's a typo there. It doesn't really matter if he is doing that himself. If he supports the action, then he supports it. Yeah, he's a kid who's been exposed to some shit, but it doesn't justify the justification of those acts. But I didn't say anywhere that he specifically said he supports the specific actions, right? I think he's just explained like what the actions are.
Take Hasan's word for it and assume, okay, this kid is not a Houthi rebel. He's just some ordinary Yemen teenager. Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up.
All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours. Ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" The meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all
Yeah,
Zionists.
I've seen this one before. I've seen this one. And I will say this is Zionist. This does not say Jew. The other one's problematic. Yes.
With the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called "Houthis Use Social Media to Boost Global Prominence and Support"? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the...
Okay, that one, the one with the gun is pretty crazy. But he is... Let's see. No, brother, the definition of Zionist is not basically every Jew. Yes, I do think he's anti-Semitic. I will say that. I think this dude is anti-Semitic. But we had a full-on conversation about the definition earlier of Zionist. You know what he means by Zionist? Yeah, I'm sure actually he probably means every Jew. But I'm sure at the same time, if there was someone who, you know, was Jewish that was anti-Zionist that spoke to him, like let's say Hasan is Jewish and they have a conversation, I'm sure his perspective would have opened up a bit more. Who's we? About what?
Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable.
By the way, Victor, yes, they're religious extremists. I've said that.
To this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make
The words are synonyms. Yeah.
you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes.
By the way, this is not real picture. He created that.
We think the Houthis is doing what Luffy would do.
To Hasan, no, not to Hasan fans. Bro, there are straight up people in Hasan's chat that get mad about this whole topic. And actually, the video of Hasan replying to that one dude earlier was somebody in Hasan's chat.
They're tweeting an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance. Because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to want to put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo unless I saw something different.
This is where, so yeah, this is what where I will say. So this is where this gets very, very murky. This is where like the definition of Zionism gets very murky, because on one side, yes, it definitely means one thing. On Hasan's side, and his community side, it means another thing. So this is where I think, yeah, there's valid criticism here, 100%. That's Devin right now. What? But yeah, no, it's, I think this is where you get into a situation where it's like one side sees a different definition of Zionism, but they're misunderstanding each other. And I think the guy is definitely probably got anti-Semitic sentiments. I don't think he is just like, I think if you asked him what he thought of Jews, he would say the same thing he thought of Zionists. I don't think he sees a very a black and white world about it. But then to the Hasan community, you see this image with the word Zionist, you see a very separate thing. So yeah, I'll give Ethan points on this. I will.
How exactly is a naked piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hasan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer for you. First, he needs a bigger nose, right, Hasan? Of course, he needs a yarmulke, the curly things. Oh, look, Hasan, he dropped his dreidel. he must be Jewish for sure. Or, you know, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, terrorist-loving, propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is...
That's crazy. But, like, at the same time, look, so this entire situation, I'll say this entire situation can be used, like, by someone like Ethan to now say, oh, everyone in America that is anti-Zionist is now using Zionist as Jew, as substitute. Right? So that's another thing.
They're terrorist-loving, propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said, this is, I think if we're... Why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0? I mean, you
And I will say all of those tweets came out after Hasan did that interview, by the way. I'll give him credit there. But I think Hasan should have denounced this guy at some point, or it just been like, yes, this guy is worse than we initially screened him for before we did the interview. I think that would be a very easy statement. Anti-Semitism is so bad, I got called Jewish just for supporting Ethan. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty wild. I don't know. That person's just straight up racist.
Do you not remember? Did the check not clear or something? When faced with fair criticism for his coverage of the Houthi Luffy, he has a total meltdown.
I fucking despise all of you, dude. I do. I really do. I hate all of you. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is like... My patience is running thin on this matter.
No, we already had he's also describing what happened to the crew as if he was on the ship. I already said he was like Houthi aligned, right? I believe he was there on the ship. I don't think he's lying like that. Hasan knew what he was doing. I think Hasan didn't know what he was doing. I think he didn't know, and he doesn't want to admit that either. I'll say that. Two things can be true. He didn't know what he was doing, but now he doesn't want to back down from it, or he doesn't want to fully address it in the same way he would his other mistakes, like when he said Russia wouldn't invade Ukraine. He owned up to that. I think for this, it might be a bit more personal to own up to that, because then it feels like it's a negative impact on the Palestinian movement.
The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. How is this the conversation that you want to have right now?
One of the most cynical methods Hasan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize?
Blanco, we already said like that part was like literally, yeah, with a smile on his face, because it was sarcastic.
Me at a time like this,
claiming that I am, too pro-Houthi when some...
Yeah, I know both Ukrainians and Russians who were 100% sure Putin would never invade Ukraine, because it's an insane thing to do, and it blew up in his face.
Is like focusing on that.
I would never like rule it out, especially for like a dictator like Putin. But yeah.
Well, there's an active fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening.
Also, I'm gonna have to when I repost this as a recap video, I'm gonna have to literally like I'm gonna have to literally cut this video down so much, because I literally said at the beginning of this video we're gonna focus on the creator economy version of it and focus on how this impacts creators and social media, and then we've just had political debates the whole time, and that's not what I want this channel to be about. I'm being real. I really don't want to get like deep into politics, but when you cover a topic like this, you're gonna have a lot of chat talking about politics and talking about questions, and you either like have to show you're biased and show explanations, or you just sit through the video and shut up.
He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager.
No, I don't have to defend Hasan. I literally said I think the way he handled the interview was bad. I think the way he handled the interview is bad, and I think the way he has handled the backlash from the interview is bad on top of that. I 100% see the reasons he's making, and I've stated those reasons and explained it, but I think like it is bad, and this is like one of the actual things I disagree with Hasan on, is the way he handled this interview with this kid. I think it's something to be against.
Teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking genocide in Gaza, and this dumb fuck, blow your nose, brother. Love you, not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby and clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks? You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid? Everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a charge to just say, I'm a stenographer for the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I am doing the propaganda for.
While we're having this conversation, 3,000, Piers, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful because everyone is afraid of being labeled as
I mean, I think like some of those are like valid. Like Ethan's trying to mock that 3,000 number. That's a real number. And they're having a conversation about like, oh, are you self-centered about this topic? Which I mean, I think is a conversation to have. Out of everything, I think Hasan being selectively supportive of whose sexual assault story to believe based on their nationality is the worst thing. Hasan has directly said that any sexual assault that happened is bad. So it's like, just once again, these are nuanced, complex topics that I am not qualified to talk about. I am like not deep enough into the politics to even discuss it, but I still, even with my dumb brain of politics, I can still understand that, yeah, there is, you know, there was sexual assault that has happened in this whole period. But that doesn't justify, you know, murdering millions of babies. He's pointing out that he's weaponed the harm of other people. I mean, not necessarily. He's like, let's, you know, regroup on the main topic at point here, because I think a lot of people, you know, also being like a Twitch streamer, I think a lot of people want to focus on Hasan, the personality, when a lot of the things he does is simply a reporter trying to report a story.
Piers Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself. And grow a pair, Piers. Stand up for yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it.
Why isn't he on the field helping them directly? Brother, do you want him to become a terrorist soldier? That's what you're actually saying. Make him become a terrorist soldier. No, this is like what he's good at, is getting behind the camera and making videos and educating people. It is much, much more impactful for him to change the minds of people in America who, by the way, fund Israel, than it is for him to turn around and be like, you know what, I'm just going to go boots on the ground. Manpower, my manpower is far superior to my social media influence.
Nope.
That's stupid.
Got it.
How can you claim to actually
That's me though. Honestly though, I am bad at geography. I can like, when we're like zoomed in on a map, I can get places, but like when you do the full zoomed out, I suck. My point is he's very good at directing other people to his extremist views, and because he isn't directly killing people, he's not perceived as bad. Do you think Hasan fans go out and kill people? What's your point there? No, like Hasan. Okay, Hasan's main audience is Americans. First off, no Americans, even like far leftists, are doing mass murders and violent attacks. You know, most of them are too feeble and scared to leave their room to be able to do that. But what are they doing? They are working together and putting together events. They're working together on unions. They're boycotting products. It's like the smaller, the less extreme things. I was going to say the smaller things, but it's more so the less extreme things of getting things done. They're less impactful, but they're not violent at all.
Care about this genocide when you're willing to so cynically exploit it to sidestep any criticism. What a bigot. Before we move on, Hasan has one final taste.
The Houthi kid is. Brother, do you think the Houthi kid's radicalization comes from Hasan? You don't think there is any other influence in his physical life that would cause violence? He is literally around people that are part of the organization who are the ones actually doing the murders. Hasan is not the one radicalizing that guy.
Of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Now this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank
Can you say it doesn't come from the Jews? What, the radicalization? No, I was saying like the Houthi kid, with the Houthi kid, him being around direct terrorists do influence his radicalization, along with his material means of, dealing with an ongoing genocide. No, you're right. It's because he's Yemeni. Yes, Doc, he is Yemeni. It's not because he watches Hasan's streams. Is that the argument? I know you said up here, not what I said. He pushes people to those views. Okay, yes. Hasan creates a very digestible form that is very approachable for Americans. Keep in mind, this is for an American audience to watch and slowly become more leftists. When you're considering, what a Yemeni kid sees on a daily basis besides Hasan would literally be the least radical thing he is around that is influencing him. Yeah, it's a cycle.
To inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then there's this guy who would have killed Anne Frank if he ever met her.
You might think this is a sweet, innocent girl. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys.
I don't get his point here. Yes, the kid is way more radical than Anne Frank.
We're working on a new edition just for you, Hasan. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form. This is extremely fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hasan likes to obfuscate on this and says nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this. Now let's move on to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine, that's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and, oh yeah, the entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there is one person.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According to Hasan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hassan.
Devin having a classic response to the content Nuke by not talking when Ethan makes a good point. He's developing the point right now, and I think right now he's making a good point. Yeah. Mind you, on this segment, Denims, someone mentioned, and I know who Denims is, gets contradicted by this exact point because she says Hasan doesn't endorse Hezbollah. I mean, he didn't say he endorsed it. He said he just wasn't against it either, which I mean, I think that's what I would expect from him to say on this specific topic.
Hassan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hassan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, "What do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are."
I don't have an issue with them.
If we search the entire world for a person more cowardly, despicable, weak, and feeble in psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not find anyone like the Jew. Notice, I do not say Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If Jews all gathered in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews.
He did the thing while still being warned. Brother, what are you talking about? I didn't say Hasan doesn't endorse them. I'd literally already seen the clip when I made that statement. I was literally repeating what he said in the video. That's a soft endorsement? Yeah. It's not a soft endorsement. It's a, I get what they're doing. I can't, morally endorse them. Oh, you just pulled a Denims. No, I didn't pull a Denims, dog. I'd literally seen the clip of what he said. I just literally repeated. I said, oh, he's not endorsing them, but he's also not saying that he hates them either. Yes, I keep repeating the same thing. Why are you saying what? He said he's not against them or for them. I would say, yeah, I think Summarizer Reigns got the best comment about it. It is a slight soft endorsement. History has been rewritten before our eyes. Brother, you're on YouTube. Play it back. I stared at the clip of him saying that he didn't have a problem with them before I even said that statement. It's like saying I would endorse them if I could and not get clipped on it. I think that could be it. I think you cue Hasan endorsing the other Hasan. If this guy talked about being anti-American, he would support his anti-Semitism.
has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are a people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murderers of the prophet, the Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
Yeah, all this is anti-Semitic.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. Listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay? Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn,
this is why it's Oriental.
Hassan calling it an anti-Semitic man based. No, he was reading a comment of someone calling it based, but also saying I can't believe, as in he knows he's bad, right? Because like the statement on the screen, let's go back. The statement on the screen, Israel used to be a tool at the hands of British. That is true. That is right. The guy himself is wrong. I don't think Hassan should be... I think Hassan is defending or not going on defense a little bit too much, but going on defense on like the ideas of them a little bit too much.
And like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy.
Is he making a blanket statement about killing a group of people? That is literally not what they're talking about or what's pulled up on the screen when they're having this discussion. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know enough about this topic. I bet there's someone out there that can pull up this part of the video and explain where Ethan got those quotes and what they're connected to and defend it better than I can. I can't do that. All I'm going to say is like they're discussing what's on the screen, which said Israel is a tool of Britain, right? Yes. Which is being discussed here and agreed upon, despite the fact he's a bad dude. Ethan is pulling up completely different quotes and trying to connect the two. Now, I think Hassan should probably know those if Ethan is pulling those up in a factual way. We've seen already Ethan has messed up a lot on his journalism in finding those things. So maybe it's true, maybe it's not. So I'm saying I don't know on that topic. Devin, go back and watch that part again. I just watched it. No, I don't think he's based. I think those quotes were anti-Semitic. We all can see you having a hard time defending this because I don't know anything about it, dog. I don't know. I'm sure there's someone that actually knows more detail about this. I can't defend this on the simple basis that I don't know if Ethan's lying or not. If Ethan was an amazing journalist and great, then I would completely succeed to the, oh yeah, good job, Ethan. You did a great job in this situation. You really got him. But I genuinely can't tell. Like if Ethan got this in good faith or not. From my basis right now, it's bad. It is very bad. The amount of time of Hassan and his orbiters will use the term based when making blanket statements with no nuance. I think they do it to be funny. If Devin, an adult fan, can't tell when Hassan is being serious or not, how can a child fan? That's why there's a warning on the Twitch clips that say this is not for children. Bro, you literally just pulled a denims and don't want to admit it. Come on. Brother, what are you talking about? You keep saying I was pulling a denims when I saw him make the statement before I repeated it. That's what I did. Well, I've been using that. Yeah, the based. I think based was originally by the right, if I'm not wrong. That's when I learned about base, was like a decade ago almost. Tevin, it's out of context. Yeah. I mean, that's what most of these clips are. They are out of context. We have went and directly found the context for some of these because I knew about them already. I'm saying I don't know the context for this. I don't have everything available to me. You know, I'm not the smartest guy on here, and I kind of went into this blind. So I'm lucky to have been able to find the context for some of these and disprove some of it. I've not come on here to be like the ultra defender and fact check everything because I can't do that. All right, we got 43 minutes left. Let's get through this.
He's read more books than you could ever imagine. Knowledge. And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods. You might not agree with his attitude overall in terms of like his social, his opinions on civil liberties and shit like that. But
I mean, yeah, I'll agree with that. I mean, like, I think Jordan Peterson is a very well-educated person, and I don't agree with him on anything.
Ultimately,
hear him
this
out.
motherfucker
He's
has
not
read
just calling-
a
yeah.
shit ton of books.
Knowledge. I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim, okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So, of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hasan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, the most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis from northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
Shit. Why did he ask that?
Is he using AI voice? That's crazy for this video.
What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason? No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this. They just kind of were there. Hell yeah, another slick political saved by boots on the ground Hasan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further radicalize people. It removes any nuance, and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Hasan is dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes.
I'm a propagandist.
Or he's being paid, which, you know, we can't rule out. What a pathetic propagandist piece of shit liar he is. And now, let's move to Hamas, the catalyst for this entire thing. They're the ones that committed this horrible act of terrorism, one of the worst the world has ever seen, on October 7th. They are without a doubt the most extreme of all of these terrorist organizations. They are Islamic jihadists that want to convert all of Israel into an Islamic state under Sharia law. That's their stated goal. Hamas has been on the designated terrorist group pretty much as long as there's been a group. These guys have been suicide bombing civilians before ISIS leaders were even born. They fired 50,000 rockets into civilian populations and performed over 100 suicide bombings, killing thousands of civilians. Women are restricted from participating in the workplace and public life. Homosexuality is outlawed, and in some cases, of course, punishable by death. They steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza and repurpose it for military use, or they just sell it back to them. For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires? And let's be real, these guys clearly are not skipping any meals. While the people of Gaza languish in poverty, these fine gentlemen are living in multi-million-dollar penthouses in Qatar. That lines up with leftist values, or, well, they were billionaires. Because they're all dead. They're all dead. Hamas.
That seems contradictory, no? He's saying like, oh, they're not even in Palestine, but then they're also dead because they died at the bombs of Israel.
This is a
Right?
bunch of psychopathic terrorists of the worst order.
Which
And
one is it?
nobody would be crazy enough to defend them. No, is this Islam again? Hasan defended Hamas? Seriously? Okay.
We had to make last-minute changes to this part to prevent it from being age-restricted on YouTube. I cut out the footage from Hamas, and I will attempt to narrate it for you as best I can. In this scene, an older woman is walking hand in hand with a girl who looks about 12, and as they're
I'm gonna be honest, guys. We gotta finish this video soon. So not only am I gonna have to like stop taking as many pauses, but I'm gonna speed up the video a little bit. I hope you guys don't hate me for it, but I gotta speed it up.
Getting back in the van, one of the terrorists
We are 5 hours into this stream, dog. I basically streamed as long as Hasan.
gives them a wave goodbye and says goodbye to them in English.
Goodbye.
And the two of them smiling wave back.
That's crazy, dog. Dude. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That actually, okay, that's too much. That's more than I expect. Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
These hostages are being released at
No, 1.8 speed's too fast.
At gunpoint by the people who likely murdered their family in front of them before kidnapping them. Hasan peddling this narrative that they're sad to leave their captors is beyond disgusting.
The next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good.
It's plainly obvious these are traumatized victims who are scared for their life and doing what the terrorists are telling them to do in order to avoid any conflict on the way out. Oh, look at the sweet masked terrorist with his AK-47. He's so nice. Did you guys see how he waved goodbye?
The videos are blacked out. I have seen these videos. I think there is good evidence of Ethan. One thing I didn't notice in the clip specifically, and I don't think Hasan would have noticed either, is the keep waving comment I heard. This is the first time I've heard that. When I initially watched these videos, I've seen these videos on my own, not on Hasan's stream, just on my own. And when I first looked at them, I was like, oh, you know, it seems like a pretty normal exchange situation. They seem like a little happy. They're getting gift baskets and everything. So I did not hear that the first time I've seen those videos on an initial viewing. So it's like, it's a good catch. I haven't seen it. I wish wait, what? I was with you the first 3 hours. I know you've been here. Zachary's been here. Will has been here. Bronco's been in and out. I appreciate you guys that have stayed around long term, even if you don't disagree with me, even if you're even if you've said I'm dumb or I am not making sense or anything, you know, I appreciate. This is why I've streamed this long, is because of interacting with you guys, talking with you about the topics. My goal was to do this like in and out with a little bit of commentary over like less than 3 hours. So to be at like over 5 hours is crazy. Yeah, Summarize.
Okay,
I pointed that
This
out.
is some crazy PR. They look traumatized as fuck. Wait, what? Bro, they look like they're chilling.
This girl who had her foot blasted off on October 7th and then operated on without anesthesia or painkillers is so sorry to say goodbye to her captors. She's going to miss their hospitality, like being raped and being watched showering and changing.
The next week, they're going to be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
It's so obvious the terrorists are telling them what to do. Ethan, how can you say that? They look so happy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like on first watch. I've watched it, I know he can't show it here. I've watched it by myself. It does seem that way at first. There's this keep waving line that is the only thing in there that's like, oh, wait, hold on. This like completely changes the situation.
Keep waving. These morons forgot to cut out this part. Yes, that's a terrorist giving them an order to keep waving. And she does. See how fast she reacts? Totally not a fearful victim of terroristic kidnapping.
Anyone peddling this nonsense should be embarrassed and ashamed. How pathetic can you get?
The next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Bro, they look like they're chilling.
All right, the Houthis is one thing, but he's not going to turn on Hamas propaganda videos and watch it on stream. There's no way. Okay, it's getting hard to defend him. Freedom fighter.
But shouldn't it be obvious even without that? No, I mean, not really. I mean, you know, everything else presented in that, they look perfectly fine, you know, compared to, you know, at the same exact time, we've seen Israel released Palestinian hostages, and they look extremely sick, and like they have been malnourished that entire time. So it's like, I think it's like, it's something where it's like, it is presented in a certain way to where, you know, first watch, a majority of people are going to see it as normal. You have to literally hear that comment, I think, for most people, unless you are already instinctively believing otherwise.
There's fucking musical shit.
Here is a video that came out of how Hamas produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
He can hardly contain his admiration for them.
Produces their own mother...
Saying hostages look perfectly fine is insane. Dog, go watch their videos. They look normal. I'm not because like I even just said just now, like, oh, well, they're being told what to do. But in the video, the physical, aesthetical appearance of it is they look fine.
Their fucking sniper rifle.
You have no idea what kind of trauma. I don't. You know, they haven't explained that. You know, there are contradicting reports of some saying they were perfectly fine, others saying it was very traumatic. You know, but like on the aesthetical level, I'm saying it looked normal. The average person would watch that and be like, that looks normal to me.
Let's see how long he can go without offering any commentary or analysis on this Hamas hype video.
What are they doing? They're building weapons. He's gonna say that's crazy, right? That's his like catchphrase.
Is that COD?
One minute, 36 seconds. Nice. He's taken his time to analyze and think. I expect nothing less from a journalist such as Hasan.
Quiet, everybody. He's about to speak. He's gonna talk.
That's crazy.
I called it.
He's done it again.
I called it. I knew he was gonna say. He says that a lot. Let's see. I don't like those Nazis, but have you seen their No, that's the entire point. The Nazi prisoners did not look good. They look terrible. I'm saying from a aesthetical standpoint, when the news media is covering something and releasing the video, the general public is going to look at that and be like, these don't look as bad as like what we've been being told. I'm saying like, I'm not saying like nothing bad has happened to them. I'm saying like the general public is going to look at that and, you know, maybe be perceived. So I think it's like, it's not a crazy, like bad criticism for someone to react to that video the first time and not catch the comment that was said, right?
We will continue killing your soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers. Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well. They're saying like artisanal snipers. So why am I showing you this?
Good question. Why are you showing us 2 minutes of uninterrupted Hamas propaganda? I'm sure he has a good answer.
The reason why I'm showing you this is because one thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no half measures on genocide. You either got to hit the full gen, okay? You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining an apartheid state and maintaining an occupation, okay? Which is basically what America did back in the day when, you know,
we were building America, Manifest Destiny, right?
Hold on. You showed this to us because of Manifest Destiny? What the fuck are you talking about? This is just word salad. I mean, he's really saying nothing here. So he has no good reason. Got it. Okay, fine.
The problem was Hasan continues to claim things in hindsight. Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem with like the example of the kid. I think with the hindsight of the kid, I think one, he should stop defending it when people bring it up, either completely ignore it or say, you know, all this stuff was not out about the kid when I interviewed him. Or, you know, you don't have to die on that hill. I think that may be one of the downfalls of Hasan is he did this thing, which I think still, you know, adds, you know, value. It's not like not doing that interview, you know, didn't add any value or any different perspectives. It is still journalism. But I think you say, hey, at the time I didn't take this serious enough and I messed up on this. We're not going to talk about this anymore.
And now let's move on to our next terrorist organization, Twitch TV.
Oh boy.
Sinwar, Nasrallah, Dan Clancy. Of course, I'm being a little silly when I call Twitch a terrorist organization. It's only a megaphone for terrorist propaganda. Dan Clancy has been the CEO for a few years, and under his leadership, there's been a few notable instances, one being reducing the premium subscription split from 70-30 to 50-50, which he reversed after backlash. He also attempted to ban the size of sponsored logos on stream to 3% of the size of the screen, was also reversed after backlash. So he's essentially achieved nothing. Oh, well, there is one thing. He actually laid off 900 employees.
Ethan isn't saying the rapes on October 7th justified genocide in Gaza. He's saying Hasan won't accept the severity of the sexual violence that has happened. I've seen Hasan directly say, yes, there was sexual assaults that happened. He has been aware of that and he has accepted that and said, yes, there was sexual assaults that happened and it was bad. But in the clip that Ethan is using, Hasan is directly saying it doesn't matter if it happened because it doesn't justify it. So it's like, you know, it's a two-way thing. He has accepted it, but he's also saying that it doesn't, it's not a means to an ends to justify something worse. That was my entire point in that, and I hope no one thinks that I'm like trying to discount any sexual assault that happened or any awful things that happen, because keep in mind, murder is even worse, and murders definitely happen, and I'm not justifying those either. I think I think all of it is bad, but to turn around and 1,000x that or 5,000x that or whatever the multiplier is on how many murders has actually happened is not justifiable either. So that was sort of just like my whole point in saying that. How do you tip? What do you mean how do you tip? The stream, I'm not monetized yet. You can't tip on this stream, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm not monetized yet. Maybe after this stream I might be monetized. I'm getting close to you got to get a certain number of watch hours, and the people who have been watching on this stream have been generating those watch hours. I don't think I'll still be over it, because I did a video on Chinese TikTok. That was the one that got me like 1,000 watch hours, right? And that's gotten me a lot closer to monetization, but I mean, it's saying this stream's only got 134 views. I doubt that's, yeah, that's like max if everyone's been watching the entire stream, like $300. $1 for Devin. I appreciate it. I'm really poor. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so broke. I know like my stream setup's kind of nice, but it's like it's stuff I've had forever or gotten free from schools or something, or picked up through bartering. Cash App, PayPal. No, you don't have to. It's fine. I think you guys watching and supporting is good enough, even when there's disagreements, even when there's arguments. I think just watching the stream You know, this definitely has probably been my stream with the most watch hours. And I haven't streamed for a bit because I've been so busy working. Yeah, there's coffee and stuff and all that. But I recently just like got back into YouTube over the past couple of months, because my channel used to be a lot bigger. I recently restarted it after like a 2-year break where I was working for a startup, and then I became unemployed and I had nothing to do. So I was like, I need to restart the YouTube channel to try to give some like purpose into my life. So I right now I'm just like trying to rebuild it to where there's like consistently people watching and stuff, before actually, you know, like creating monetization through it. I'm hoping to like make this my full-time job by the end of this upcoming year, but you know, we'll see. I don't know yet, but we got to get this video done.
That one he did not take back. But here's where the trouble begins. He likes Hasan. He really likes Hasan. Let me read you an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hasan Piker. I like the frankness and the bluntness. He's comfortable saying whatever he believes. Don't you think that might be part of the problem there, Danny boy?
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
By speaking what he believes, he should be on Rumble with the other fringe radical.
See, that this part's crazy. Like, okay, every single person on this is like clearly like anti-Semitic, and not just like being called anti-Semitic because of their views on Israel. Like everyone else on this list is clearly like super like anti-Jew, you know, anti-women and all of that. And to turn around and be like, yeah, all these guys are very far right of my position, so we should also include this guy who is somehow left of my position as well.
Political streamers. But
oh, no. Buckle up for the Frogan bit. I mean, I won't hold back on Frogan. I'm going to be honest. Like, I am not the biggest fan of Frogan. It's hard to listen. All right, I'm not going to defend it, I promise.
Dan has elevated him to the status of Twitch Golden Boy. And if you still have doubts, let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy is the one filming and singing in this video.
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hasan runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my God.
Happy birthday, dear Hasan.
This is crazy.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm quick.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
I've been looking around and I genuinely have never seen another video like this anywhere, where Dan Clancy or any top executive forced all these poor sons of bitches during their lunch break to gather around in the crew room and sing happy birthday for Hasan Piker. How humiliating is that? There's also a small issue of Dan being a total creep.
Want to explore clips?
Wait, I haven't seen this.
And now you have a clip.
People have been talking about it.
Okay. Suppose you want to check out.
Okay, he's following these people. It's clips.
Stories to see what you missed yesterday.
Of girls.
Click there, and now you're in your stories feed. Okay.
Okay, maybe he's following more than that. Maybe it's a coincidence because, you know, he's the CEO. Luna, what are you doing? He is the CEO of Twitch, you know? So, like, maybe he just follows all those people and it's coincidence that it all came up, but, like, that's pretty funny.
That's very nice. Yeah. That's also...
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there, and now you're in your stories. Okay.
Okay. That's very nice. Yeah. That's also...
Okay.
Okay.
You know, Dan, I would have let this creep narrative go. If it didn't happen twice, roll it.
You want to see clips? Swipe this way, and now you're seeing clips. The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
First of all, it's gross enough.
He had to turn around, bro. He had to turn his screen around and swipe a couple times before.
An idiot you are. You're the CEO of Twitch, and you get caught with the fucking, you get caught with the girlies on your homepage twice? Bro, come on, dude. You got wife, man. Got daughters. We don't need to know about this. Don't want that in my head, bro. It's also a little bit disturbing considering, you know, he's these people's bosses.
Okay.
All right, so he's incompetent. He's a creep. He's protecting terrorist propagandists. So what's up? So what's the big deal with Dan Clancy? Well, what happened next is what really made me realize how corrupted and rotten Twitch is to the very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Why don't you go take a trip to Home Depot and buy some rope?
She's one of Hasan's main moderators. She's leading great discourse like Ethan's Islamophobic for saying, don't kill civilians. She has zero talent. She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the homepage. She's winning awards. Nobody's watching her. Nobody cares. Why is she relevant? We don't know. It's important for me to show you guys what an actual horrible person Frogan is so that you can see who Twitch is elevating. So let's start with this clip. Ludwig, a large streamer on Twitch, donated $10,000 to the Palestinian Children's Relief.
Ethan should have started with the stuff on Dan Clancy, a person that people don't have a previous opinion of, and then show how he's enabling Hasan's behavior. Yeah, I think actually that would be a better format of the video. I think people, you know, there's no fandom around Dan Clancy. I don't know anybody whose #1 streamer is Dan Clancy. Because, like, I do believe that, you know, Twitch is young compared to like YouTube or like Facebook that have been around a lot longer, and you know they took a lot longer to grow compared to these other social medias that took off. Do you want down? Hold on. But I think Twitch does have some problems with its censorship. You know, I've covered this on a live stream before. I think literally, I think Twitch is not entirely fair on its censorship. There's been reports in the past of people being able to pay to get unbanned on Twitch, or, you know, sleep with employees for favoritism. It feels a lot more like an early startup than something like YouTube, which is ran by Google. And that's a big difference, is that while Twitch was acquired by Amazon, it seems like overall Amazon has kept their hands off the reins a bit, besides like integrating stuff like Twitch Prime. And it allows stuff like what we're about to see to happen, and sort of like manipulation of the algorithm a little bit. I would totally watch Dan Clancy, but ironically, yeah. Dan Clancy is an old man with a boyish Randy charm. It just keeps you watching. Yeah.
Fun. That's a wonderful thing to do, right? No, not good enough for Frogan.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where like 95% of people feel good and are down for it. And like ultimately, regardless of what you think, that is not the situation here. So I personally donated 10K because I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you, you know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are going to say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Between like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter a fucking debate about whether that's worthwhile.
Take. I know Arabs are dying, but you know, I'm not gonna tell you to donate. Do whatever you want. Me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not gonna promote it. Just don't say you donated $10,000 then. Look, if you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, like.
Sorry, I had to ban someone on Twitch. Yeah, so Frogan is a whole different subject. So Frogan, while I believe a lot of her thoughts and the side she's on is in the right place, boy, does she have a way with words. And I think it comes from, I think directly being personally connected to this a lot more than someone like Hasan. You know, Frogan is like a lot more deeply connected to these issues when it comes to both genocide and Islamophobia. And I think personally that directly impacts the way that she takes things a little too far. Like she just gets a little too passionate about things and will say stuff like directly against the cause. Like don't take your money. Don't even send your money at all, which is a stupid take. I'm sorry. Take any money you could get. Like it I don't care if it is $100,000 from Sneeko specifically. $100,000 is $100,000, and you take his money and run and do something else with it, you know. But Ludwig is a much more generalized streamer, and you know, I think like at the time, I don't remember exactly when this was. This was a pretty long time ago. This was early on in October 7th. And yeah, we're gonna get to that. I know about the recreation. But literally, so Ludwig specifically is a more generalized creator like Mr. Beast, and early on in these events, he doesn't want to end up in controversy by donating everybody's money away to a cause they may not support. Frogan is someone hyper specialized in a specific lane of politics that is far more specialized than Hasan himself. And literally says crazy things like that. Like, oh, take your money back. We don't want your money. Because she cannot fathom anything besides the far most extreme where she is at. And cannot reach across that aisle or show any layer of empathy. So I think that's my main concerns with Frogan and why you see a bunch of crazy stuff come out of her mouth.
Keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000. Keep your little chump change. Like what do you want to do?
It's the
imagine being Frogan, a left.
It's the same stuff that comes out of like Radfim's mouth and these crazy radical statements from, you know, at their initial root is good, but then gets very crazy and very like, oh, this is now become a negative thing very fast.
Leftist living in LA in comfort, begging for her rent money on stream, and telling displaced and famished Palestinian children, no kids, you need to give that $10,000.
$1,400 in LA is not bad. When I was in LA, the minimum I spent was $1,750
back. Ludwig didn't pass my purity test.
Keep your fucking money.
But wait, there's more.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my god, I want my fucking.
Like I think a lot of it also just her being a woman, straight up. A lot of people get mad at that, and also the sassiness that comes along with it. When Hasan says something insane, when Hasan says America deserves something in particular, he is screaming and he is mad. Hers is much far closer to like a sassy, like, oh, I don't care about the consequences. It comes off as like privileged and like a little like, you know, ignorant, I would say, or not ignorant, but like a lack of empathy for any other perspectives. Loading. I hate. Why is it loading so much? Do I have Wi-Fi connection?
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
This clip obviously made the rounds on social media and rightfully outraged a lot of people. Here's how she responded the next day.
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. like, based? Based? Like, am I supposed to be like, I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Based?
The smug defiance Frogan is showing is only because she knows that Twitch will do nothing to moderate her, despite veterans being classified as a protected group in Twitch's own community guidelines. But wait, there's more.
Okay, 6250, 9/11 baking stream with Raph and Capri. If it
A lot of Hasan followers have that sentiment. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, look, everyone is coming from a different place, and everyone has had their own social experiences, you know? It's getting sloppy now. Are you talking about my stream? Yeah, it's getting sloppy. I'm really tired. We're like over 6 hours in. Weeping. Come on, how much longer do we have? All right, guys, we got 22 minutes. We
get
can
to this
do it.
goal by 9/11, Capri, Raph, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
This tweet was the
I will definitely not be live for another week. I will not be live tomorrow.
final straw for me. You'll notice the date is October 7th, 2023.
Oh, last message didn't get through. Yeah, YouTube sometimes restricts the messages with no explanation around it. TikTok does the same thing. It's really annoying because then people will like reference previous messages that I can't even see on my end. Like it's not even like a moderated like held for review or anything. It's just like YouTube just like, no, you can't see this. And it's like Frogan is also like here criticizing other leftists on top of that. She's like, she wants to smoke with everybody.
At this moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival and several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said, it's when she said it. While she's on Twitter celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help. Let me show you what I mean.
איפה אתם? לא, מה מצליחים מיקום? תתרבו, תמצאו מקום, תתרבו. אבל אני אעשה אותך, אנחנו בתוך הרכב, ניתן לתת. אני יוצא לכיוון שלכם, עכשיו צריכים מיקום, צריכים מיקום, צריכים מיקום. צריכים מיקום. אני בא, מאמי, צריכים מיקום, אלוהים.
The morning of October 7th, Israelis were listening to calls like this all morning long, dozens of them. Imagine reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman should have moved on years ago to another profession, but for some reason Twitch is obsessed with keeping her on life support. And instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award, Together for Legendary Woman, in which she would get front page placement all year long. This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Award.
Does anybody know which year this was that she won this, by the way, or won the woman where she got to be on the homepage for a year? But did that happen before or after October 7th?
An award show put on by her friends. And then the next year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star.
This one's a meme, isn't it? Am I crazy? This one's a meme. That's edited. That's not. Hold on. I gotta fact check this. Streamer. Hold on. Does Frogan have a Wikipedia? Maybe. She's got a H3 Wikipedia. That's the only one she's got. That's crazy. Okay. Frogan Streamer Awards. Let's see. Streamer Award winners. Okay, I can find the. Okay, this is the Streamer Award winners. Streamer Award nominations, whatever. Sorry, I'm doing a little research right now. She was nominated to But like, was she actually nominated 2 years in a row? I thought one of those was like an edited video or an edited photo. Hold on, I'm finding it right now. Okay, hold on. Rising Star for 2024. She was not on the list. Okay, yep. Here is the. Let me pull it up side by side. This is the actual image, right? She was not nominated 2 years in a row. She was not, I believe this was 2023's awards that she actually won. This is a screenshot from 2024 where they photoshopped her out and put Frogan in there. So Ethan's video is debunked by one image. No, I'm doing these for every single one I actually know. Like, I've done this like consistently throughout Ethan's entire live stream of finding the ones at least I know, because this is the problem. Like, you can't, the problem is that when you start including truths and lies and you mix it together as a full video that is fully presented as truth, then that's where you get these mix-ups. Now people are like going to go to Twitch and be like, you nominated her 2 years in a row for a Rising Star, when it was a meme. And H3 never, I don't even know if H3 knows it's a meme, but he's literally like stating it as if it is a meme.
Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising Star twice.
I don't remember
Mario
what shoe
Kart?
she
You hit
won.
a boost up there or some shit? Because Frogan is the two-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes
while this keeps playing, I will also look that up.
sense that Twitch would
actually just so
give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does loves Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many.
Okay. What about it? I don't like Sabra. I eat, what is it, Foster's?
Many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel.
It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-host accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. Like those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America, insane.
It's super offensive to us.
Oh.
And like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks.
Okay, I did confirm she was nominated 2021 and won in 2022. So Ethan's video claims she was nominated, won, and then was nominated again, which is not true. And it's because he's using the 2024 awards that was photoshopped.
If they want dreadlocks, but like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Just one question for you guys.
Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus, and they like all the same shit you do. Because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point.
It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves.
That's a pretty wild thing for to go through this whole thing and then be like, you're a token Jew. That's crazy.
So bearing all of this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
Now, granted, I think Frogan's whole segment is like a valid criticism against her, but I think the only reason Ethan did it was for this part right here.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn the giraffe.
We all know where this is going.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my...
Stand up.
He said, you've collected so many tokens, you are one. That's when he said he was a token Jew.
Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
That's easy. That's
Definitely Love Sabra.
She apparently consulted with the head of the KKK, and he told her, more subtle. So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pulled me, one of the best-known Jewish creators, and immediately put me in Sabra. Hasan, by the way, who's Turkish, not Arab, is Arab. That's the good one. That's the good one. The Arab ethnicity is S tier. Then Denham's jokes that we don't have a category low enough for Zionists. Once again, calling out my Jewish identity.
Dude, where's the, you guys are missing a category for Zionist.
And if it isn't about being Jewish, why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail, one of the other most prominent Jews on YouTube, in the category next to me?
I think that's just for clickbait. Honestly, I've got a video on my channel where Hasan is in the Nazi category. Like, Doc, go to my channel right now. I have a political tier list where Hasan is in a Nazi category. That's just clickbait.
When he's not even featured in the game. Who's next down there? Anne Frank? Einstein? Seth Rogen? Schindler? Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there, let's be real. It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them Sabras. So Love Sabra, literally in this case, means Jew lover. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gaslighting me.
Yeah, that's clickbait as well, but that's bad clickbait. The putting Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail is chill. Changing the title from what it actually was is extremist and dumb.
Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage. How is that even possible? Right in front of
Also, but besides the fact that it was greenlit by Twitch, it literally looks like it was like created by like a middle school class or something. Why is it so like low? Like they look like they threw two pieces of cardboard together
sponsors
at last second.
Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management.
I'm going to TwitchCon the first time this year. I'm really excited about it.
Elevating a racist nobody like Frogan at the detriment of their own company's well-being. Why? After the predictable controversy this caused, Dan Clancy, the CEO, went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
It's exciting to be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you. And we have a lot to talk about. And, looking forward to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response, permanent ban. Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Good question. Permanent ban. Do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch? Ban.
Okay, I think some of these can be considered like bad faith questions that get banned. Like the ADL one. The ADL defended Elon Musk's Nazi salute, but we'll turn around and call Twitch streamers anti-Semitic. But I think, which one was it? That one was kind of bad faith. The first one was not bad faith. It was a genuine question. I don't think they deserve bans though. Come on.
Plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response? Permanent ban. Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist
Like people in the chat have literally been asking questions like this the whole stream, and I have not banned anybody. The only person I actually have banned the entire stream was someone promoting, I don't know, I don't even remember what they were promoting, but I banned them. I can't go back and check their message. They were promoting something unrelated, completely unrelated to the stream. ADL retracted their point? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Propaganda on your website. Good question. Permanent ban. Do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch? Ban. Why the fuck is the CEO banning people for asking reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in? What the fuck is this? These aren't even written like in a mean way. You are banned, just like the entire country of Israel. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it, which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed. But Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket with Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan...
I will say, when it comes to the support ticket side, he's probably going to get into this a lot more and claim like, oh, the support tickets go straight to corporate and the corporate is just like covering it up. But the reality is, most large tech companies, is I would assume Twitch is the same, most of these tickets are going to like random people in Afghanistan or like India or somewhere. And if none of the if they get sent something that doesn't look like an actual thing that they can provide technical support on, and they review it and they're like, oh, this seems like just a like grievance message or something, or something they're not programmed on, then they literally just like close the ticket. I'm not even joking. Like if someone goes on, let's see okay, like if someone goes on the Twitch support forum and submits a ticket and says, how dare you ban Aiden Ross, please unban Aiden Ross right now, support looks at that, they're like, none of my prompts are giving me the ability to reply to this does not seem like a valid thing, I'm gonna just close it. And then like the corporate side never sees that part unless they do a deep, and this is coming from someone who used to run a customer support system. Unless you're doing a deep ticket by ticket address, no one ever sees that besides the one single agent that was assigned to. Yeah, it outsourced to Egypt. Okay, yeah, definitely. Okay. That explains it all.
Discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored. Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way. And
okay, I will say this. This is something I already know. The IP for Israel and Palestine is exactly the same. Now, I don't want to say that, like, I don't want to rule out Twitch banning Israel on purpose, but with it aligning with Global Jihad Day, I'd say it's much more likely that they're banning the IP address of Palestine for that specific reason, to keep certain things from happening. And I don't know why it ever didn't get fixed, because so like to claim this is anti-Semitism when you're literally banning Israel and Palestine at the exact same time, it's like a double whammy.
It greatly affected their business. He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer...
Oh, first time chatter, added context, Strong Blue 101. I'm sorry for big posting as a first-time chatter, but this is what I'm seeing. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. He added context. We did this to prevent uploads of graphic material related to attacks and to protect the safety of users. Signups were not disabled, and we continue to see signups from both regions. Interesting. I'm surprised signups were coming from both regions with the IP ban.
Trust him. When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything to suggest that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service, this is what they said. I am really sorry that you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that unfortunately you are not eligible to create a Twitch account.
Yeah, no, that's straight up an agent being like, this isn't on my script, close, go on.
As a result, we will be closing your case at this time.
Under the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked and posted 2 terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly?
I will say this this Mary girl, director of community marketing, I don't know if she's the one or if it was somebody else in the community part of things. Somebody in that department said Ethan used like some kind of communication in his video that was like completely doctored. So I don't know if it was her. We'll see.
And then
we're
on the
almost
other
done,
hand, say
guys.
It was an
We're
accident,
almost done.
and they didn't know.
10 more
It's all
minutes.
very fishy. A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined. You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that? That's impossible. Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch.
So to be more clear about that, that didn't happen at the same time the ban went into place on October 13th. That happened over a year later. Also, why does he have a Blue Lives Matter flag in the background?
Welcome. I know we had gotten banned or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it. And we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch. Hey, be mad. Be mad, guys.
And then they immediately got banned again because the whole new banning the misuse of the word Zionist rule came into place, which literally got these guys banned again.
Because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later. All 3 of the accounts were eventually rebanned. But the decision to unban those 3 creators at that exact time, and being 3 of the best known anti-Semites on the internet, seems to clearly be trying to send a message. And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews. That's right. Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right. Twitch TV.
I mean, what did she do? You're saying fired for being anti-Zionist. What did she say?
Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened. That's so interesting.
Okay, what did she say? I want to see it.
It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite. Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing, Bridget Chermating, on October 12th. People are posting screens.
I don't think this is terrible.
Screenshots of them donating to Israel relief funds. Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you act so high and mighty for your cause and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side? This statement was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing. Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch? Is it really crazy at this point, after all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite. Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the answer to this riddle? What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm standing by. Let us know.
Okay, that's messed up. Yeah, she should be fired. please fire her.
And yes, it's true. I should point out.
I mean, it's from 2011, but still. How was this still up on her profile after so many years?
This tweet is from 2011. This one, however, is from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out.
This was the energy of it was around when I worked. Okay, calm down. Please don't defend Kanye. Okay, yeah, she should have been fired.
Threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter, and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The science is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with 2 Jewish women in social impact, who were both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this if she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch. What the fuck is happening here? This is insane.
So with people like her deciding what is and isn't okay on Twitch, there's no surprise that you end up with these extraordinarily uneven enforcements of the rules.
Take, for example, this clip of the streamer Destiny. He was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's the risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, permabanned and my life destroyed because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers is, like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then, let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred.
I didn't know that was the reason Destiny got banned. I will say, if he didn't get banned for that, he would have gotten banned for something that he said.
Which results in a...
And also, like, why are you including him in your video right now, Ethan? He's legitimately, like, a sexual abuser.
Permanent ban. Okay. Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-Orthodox psychopaths.
Hot take, but I don't think anybody should be banned for using the word inbred. And I come from the deep south, dog. I come from the deep south. I don't think people should be banned for using the word inbred.
Inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that
oh no, what's happening?
Out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks.
Why did it
Imagine
skip back?
Another.
I hate this. I think my computer's overheating.
Inbred,
ooh, it's hot. It's hot, dog.
The clips, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it can be used to put down a whole group in a bad way. I think used as individually, definitely not bad at all. Ethan himself made the same comments. When? I mean, I don't doubt it, but also I don't really have any problem with Ethan. I mean, I have a problem with him being a hypocrite and putting it in this video and then also doing the same thing. But on a general rule of thumb, I don't have a problem with anybody using it in a video.
Hasan, a non-Jewish person, is referring to Jews as inbred consistently throughout his career.
Inbred, ultra-Orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hasan interviewing a Houthi pirate.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Zero punishment. Hasan watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
They do they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Zero punishment. Hasan threatening a sitting congressperson. This one actually blew my mind. When I saw he tweeted that, I said, he's done after this for sure. For sure he is.
For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll explain. Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was assassinated in July of 22 in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with a makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself at home. So when Hasan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be
I don't think it's about the word inbred. It's the inconsistency, the way the TOS is enforced. Yes, the TOS inconsistency on Twitch is like actually insane. Like compared to any other. Also, Strong Blue, thank you for being in the chat. You seem like a great person. But anyway, just the complete inconsistency of the Twitch TOS is pretty crazy compared to any other social media platform. I know YouTube has more of a problem with like copyright systems than it does necessarily banning people. I think it does a pretty solid job of like not banning people for the wrong things. Twitch, on the other hand, is kind of everywhere. Granted, it is much more of a live stream platform, and anything can happen live, and determining whose fault it is and what happened and all that. But yeah, I know it's just like it is kind of everywhere.
He presumed as an invitation to someone in his fan base to build this weapon and then assassinate this sitting congressperson, who wrote a tweet he did not like. I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats.
3 more minutes.
Zero punishment.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods.
And this isn't just a Hasan problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get Not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy to just, it would solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and
I'll be real.
It would be so easy.
Thing that happens.
Ethan literally says stuff like this. Like, I'm not crazy for that. I've definitely heard Ethan say crazy stuff like this before. I think to be calling this out on Twitch just because you're not on Twitch is a little odd, you know. But like, I'm not fully. I do agree that TOS is extremely inconsistent. But like, trying to frame it as them against I is a little
holy
weird.
shit, guys! If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike from PA, the dude that's stuck in the before image of a transformation story, did receive a 3-day ban.
This man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a 3-day suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hasan infiltrating mainstream media. Hasan has been welcomed by many mainstream outlets. They view him as a friendly social democrat, as someone who's just trying to spread progressive politics online to an important demographic. But we know that's not true. He is not their friend or their ally. If you ever see Hasan rubbing shoulders with anyone from mainstream media, let them know politely, with all the civility in the world, what kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream media isn't watching. Help them understand that his name should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones, other fringe, radical political commentators. Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by choice, and so it is our moral imperative to enact that change through any...
I think this is a little crazy to incite an adpocalypse. That is, just in my opinion, any incitement of an adpocalypse is very, very anti-creator. And there are definitely other ways to do this besides going for random innocent streamers' pockets who didn't do anything. I don't think a random cooking channel on YouTube should lose money because of what something is happening on the complete opposite side of the internet. So I think any incitement of an adpocalypse or trying to force advertisers to pull from the platform of any platform is ridiculous because of the way it hurts creators who, may barely struggle to keep YouTube as a full-time job. Like, some people are barely doing this for a living, quit their full-time job and started doing this recently, and to get hit with an adpocalypse out of nowhere is a little crazy. Hasan is on the level of Steven Crowder. Okay,
reasonable means that we can. Samsung, Chevron, and Capcom. Twitch has given them a lasting association with a racial tier list with Arabs at the top and Jews at the bottom. These brands have every right to know, and they should. We all recall YouTube's adpocalypse.
It happened when ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos, and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is happening now on Twitch, but instead of ISIS, it's
Honestly, I don't really see him advocating for profit to be lost upon Twitch, but more upon hindering the creator's monetization. Yeah, he's literally referencing the YouTube adpocalypse right now and being like, oh, he's trying to frame the YouTube adpocalypse as a good thing of like, we did it. We beat anti-Semitism on YouTube. No, it just hurt a lot of people's pockets over something PewDiePie really never got held responsible for. There was no major change on YouTube post the adpocalypse.
the Houthis,
People's
Hamas,
pockets just got
Hezbollah.
hurt really bad.
Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this. Ultimately, after dedicating months of my life to creating this video, I am left with one overwhelming conclusion. Fuck this dude.
Okay, that was it. Now let's watch Hasan talk about Cybertruck. No, but honestly, okay, that was the end of it, and that was really exhausting. It has been almost 7 hours of covering one video. Oh, okay. But honestly, dog, I'm so brain dead after watching that video the whole way through and constantly having conversations with people. My opinion after watching the whole thing, going through it the entire way by myself, is originally I thought Ethan was not gonna make any good points at all. From what I've seen, there is some valid criticisms in there and some massive journalist inconsistencies, straight up lies. So it's a mixed bag of a video, to be honest. And like I said at the very start when we were getting into this, now watch all the reactions. No. Like I said at the start when I was getting into this, Ethan knows Hasan personally. And they're really good. They were really good friends. They'd both been in each other's house, ate each other's food and all that. I expected some kind of personal dirt to come up, and it didn't. It's like most of this stuff you can find on Reddit already. It's like a lot of this criticism Hasan has already addressed in different ways. I don't know to what length, because obviously I wasn't. My camera's glitching again. Obviously, I don't know to what length, because obviously I didn't have all the defenses myself. But personally, it's I would like to see Hasan. I don't think Hasan's going to react to it, but I'd like to see him go point by point at least, and disprove things or make comments on certain situations or the contextualization around it. Because let's be honest, a lot of the stuff was clipped. A lot of the stuff is out of context. We saw it in real time. I was able to pull up like, oh, here's the actual clip of this footage, or oh, here's what the actual full sentence was. But that didn't mean I was like completely pro Hasan the whole way. I noticed some points that were pretty valid, and I admitted like, oh, he should have handled this situation better. But yeah, it is a really long video. I agree. And I feel like good production value overall. It feels like it dragged on a little bit. Trying to throw a whole segment in on Twitch, a whole segment on Dan Clancy, a whole segment on Frogan, all of that in there is a bit much. Like one of the chatters said earlier, maybe it might be helpful if you introduce all these things first before introducing how they connect to Hasan, would have been better. But it's like, it seemed like they were thrown on as like bonus video to the end and everything, which makes the entire total video sort of like just feel like a drag on, you know. Hasan's coming back from Japan soon. We'll likely get more addressing or maybe a debate soon. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'd like to see a full debate. I'll cover that. I probably won't cover Hasan's response to it if he just sits and reacts to it. Because this was a big thing that hit YouTube. I mean, 2 million views in what, 2 days? Pretty impressive. I'll say underwhelming. That'll be my opinion on it. Underwhelming but surprising. For my entire summary of this video. But yeah, guys, this has been the longest stream I've ever done in my life, at a whopping over 7 hours of live streaming. We completely lost connection at one point, so this live stream separated in two. What I'll probably do is take the entire recording, splice it up, upload a highlight on like Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll see. Thank you for all the people that were in here for a really long time. Bronco, Zachary, I don't know who else was, there was other people in here for a while. Will disappeared. I don't know if he's still in here. Shout out to those guys, even if you were disagreeing with me, even if you were directly like ignoring some of the points I made. It was good to see a lot of interaction and conversation to be had. It did extend how long we reacted to this by like several hours, but you know, it was, I think it's a successful stream. This is like, yeah, I want to keep streaming. Maybe let's not go as political anymore, right? Let's stick to creator content, because that's what this channel is about. I'm not a politics streamer. I'm not extremely well educated in politics. I never completed my political science degree in college. You know, so that's that explains some of the stuff behind it. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being on here so long. I'm gonna go ahead and cut the stream now, and I hope you guys all have a wonderful, lovely rest of your Sunday wherever you are. If it's late at night where you are, or it's just hitting the evening hours, like for me, it's about to be 6 p.m. But yeah, appreciate you guys so much, and I will see you guys on the next stream next Sunday. Bye, everyone.
Hey, what are you doing?